All right.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Our top stories this hour. Iran has launched a wave of missiles towards Israel. Projectiles have been seen over northern Israel, and sirens have sounded across the country. The military says it has intercepted all the missiles launched so far. The spokesman of Iran's Central Command has said the attack was in response to an Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. The Iranian Foreign Ministry also released a statement saying any actions by Israel against Iran or Lebanon will be met with a crushing response. President Trump has told the Financial Times about a phone call he held with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's quoted as saying Iran's strikes have not changed his desire to conclude negotiations with Iran.
All right,
he
Grandpa.
also reportedly said that he calls the shots and that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept the deal with Iran.
That's right. Remember when Donald Trump called the shots and said, Israel, you cannot attack Beirut? And Netanyahu said, fuck you. And they attacked Beirut? It's because Donald Trump calls the shots.
Now to Latin America, where polls have...
All right, well, you know, it's boom, boom, Tel Aviv. We've been waiting for this moment. It seems like everyone on Twitter and around the world are celebrating. It's so sad that Israel is getting bombed. And people are laughing. You're laughing? Really? This is a joyous time for you? While the Jews are experiencing yet again another Holocaust? Look at this. This is not something to laugh about. How dare you? Yo! Yo, yo, yo! Wow! Oh, yo! Hi, Chihuahua. Yo, 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 got me shook. I don't know if this is new, because, whoa, that definitely soiled my diaper. Okay, my pants are definitely full. My pants are definitely full. I think this is old footage. This is from Junior. He's notorious for not being truthful. But we know that Tel Aviv is not actually getting bombed. It's the northern part of Israel. But the Zionists are all in a tizzy right now. Senior Iranian MP Abraham Rezaei says the strikes were launched from a place that Trump had claimed to have destroyed. Nice. Lots to get to. Let's just go through some of these reposts. Jake Shields says this is something out of 1984. The crazy interview that happened earlier. Donald Trump saying he didn't promise to be the president of peace. He didn't promise to start any new wars. But now he's saying, but he did. He did actually promise those things. That's exactly what he promised.
When you say, I promised, I didn't promise anything. I don't like these endless wars. This is not an endless war. We've been doing this for 3 months. Much of it has been under the form, a pretty good form of ceasefire. The blockade has been amazing. Our Navy is amazing. Our military is the best in the world. Hey, we took over a very powerful country, Venezuela, a lot of soldiers, big, strong military.
We took it over, huh?
Venezuela in a matter of minutes. We just...
Kidnapping their president and holding him hostage doesn't mean you took the country over, Donald Trump.
Destroyed the capability of Iran in a matter of days. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now I'm going to finish it. But remember, you were in Vietnam.
He actually walks out of that interview. It's actually pretty hilarious. We'll have to watch the whole thing a little bit later. Thank you for the toilet paper. I appreciate that. Why are Israeli soldiers hiding in civilian shelters? They are panicking again. Look at this. This is, if you drew this guy, it would be a hate crime. He says, Iran just attacked us again. It feels like another Octagon 7. Oh, no. Meanwhile, Albania, I didn't realize this, but we are all Albanian. They're kicking out these Zionist turds. Doing the Lord's work. All power to Albania. Here are the multiple waves of Iranian missiles headed for Israel. This is 5 hours ago. I was told that there's like a couple dozen missiles fired at the northern part of Israel. You can see Haifa is in the mix there. That's a major Israeli city, one of the few. Somebody said if you bomb Haifa and Tel Aviv, there is no Israel. Crystal Ball says Iran's ability to check Israel's rogue barbarism is precisely the reason why the Israelis are so committed to its destruction. The magnitude of what just happened may take some time to sink in, says Trita Parsi. This is the first time Iran has struck Israel after Israel struck another country's territory, that is not Iran. This means that the battle lines have been moved. Remember that Iran said, if you attack Beirut, we're coming for that ass. And that's what they did. That's what they're doing. Iran's deterrence had already been restored in the sense that Israel knew that any strike on it would be responded to. So, of course, they're trying to scuttle any sort of peace talks between the United States and Iran. But now Iran has proven that it will also respond to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. This is the first time in decades that a regional power has the means, capacity, and willingness to put hard power against Israeli military maneuvers or aggression against a third party. Here is the world right now. We're all just marveling at the night sky. Here is the Wall Street Journal reporting on this earlier today. Iran fires waves of missiles at Israel after Israeli airstrike on Beirut. I like that they actually mentioned the Israeli war crime, which always precedes any country's retaliation against Israel. The attack threatens to escalate a conflict that has been largely contained since a ceasefire was agreed in early April. Here you see a streak of light illuminating the sky during a missile attack from Iran toward Israel as seen from Ashkelon. Iran fired at least 4 waves of missiles toward Israel on Sunday after a deadly Israeli airstrike on Beirut, hours earlier targeting the Tehran-backed militants Hezbollah. So says Israel's military, of course. Thank you, JFK, for that super. The attack marks the first time Iran has targeted Israel since its ceasefire with the United States went into force in early April and threatens to escalate a conflict that has been largely contained since then. Despite a series of lower-intensity skirmishes, Israel intercepted the Iranian missiles and there were no reported injuries. Of course they didn't report any injuries. Iran warned it would respond with force against Israel and its allies should Israel retaliate. And according to Ben Gvir, he's telling us that, oh yes, there will definitely be retaliation. He says, tonight, Tehran must burn. So, and also, I'm hearing that Trump and Netanyahu had another call. Trump has told Netanyahu, if you want to strike Beirut, go for it, knock yourself out. If you want to strike Iran, go for it, knock yourself out. But we want no part of it. And Netanyahu says, you know what, we're going to strike Iran despite whatever the Americans want. We don't need the U.S. help. To which I say, okay, so you're not striking Iran? Because what have you ever done without the support of the United States and its military? We know they're punching far above their weight class, going up a country that's like 80 times larger than the state of Israel, something like that. So Iran is striking Israel after Israel attacks civilian areas in Beirut. If you're just joining us, hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for your patronage here. Not out of nowhere, not without warning, Iran warned that an attack on Beirut would trigger a response. Israel bombed Beirut anyway. Remember that Beirut specifically was the red line, and they crossed it. Of course they did. We're talking about Israel here. Yo. Laura Loomer says, more Iranian missiles fired into Israel. Muslims don't believe in ceasefires. Muslims don't believe in ceasefires. I think it's more apropos to say Jews don't believe in ceasefires if we're going to attach a religion to anything that's happening in this geopolitical nightmare that we find ourselves in. So Caitlin Johnstone puts it succinctly. Israel ignites regional war. Israel never abides by ceasefire agreements. Israel bombs southern Lebanon every day. Israel openly sabotages U.S. negotiations with Iran. Israel begins bombing Beirut. In Iran bombs Israel. And so what did the Zionists say? They attack us because of our religion. Wah. Fucking crybaby. The cry bullies, right? They're cry bullies. Mark Levin, another cry bully, says, let me guess, Israel will be pressured to back off even though ballistic missiles have been fired into that country. 4 waves targeting civilian populations. Is that what we would do? More from Albania. Albanians are literally fighting in the streets to take their island back from Israel, Kushner, Rothschild, and Ivanka Trump. This is an invasion and a resistance. The Albanian people are now part of the resistance axis. Conflict breaks out in northern Albania following the sale of Sazon to Ivanka Trump. And I'm told that the prime minister of Albania, or president, or whatever they call the head honcho in charge, has said, I don't care if there's 5,000 in the streets. I don't care if there's 500,000 in the streets. We're selling this island to Kushner. It was promised to them 3,000 years ago. I mean, imagine the fucking doubling down in the face of it all. Just tell us that you're not here to represent the people. You're sold out for Jewish supremacists. Thank you. All right, so Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel. If you're just joining us, in direct retaliation to Israel's attack on southern Lebanon, the Iranian people are taking to the streets in celebration. You can see the missiles flying overhead with the crowd underneath. Look at that. Oh my goodness, that's loud as shit. Sorry, my eardrums, my God. Okay, Iran, we hear you. Iran, we hear you, we see you. And we know that you are holding true to your promise. Beautiful. 3 billion years ago, pirate? Are you kidding me? That is quite some time. Jews have been around literally before the dinosaurs. That's what you guys need to realize. Billions of years. Iran says that we previously warned Israel against attacks in Lebanon. We demand Israel stops the attacks on Beirut. Dr. Morandi says if Iran's critical infrastructure is attacked because Israel is now threatening retaliation, I'm not sure, but let's just say it might be feasible that by the end of the stream we'll have heard about it, an Israeli retaliation against Iran. If Iran's critical infrastructure is attacked, says Morandi, there will be no critical infrastructure left in occupied Palestine, nor in the complicit Arab family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf. That will mean the end of the global economy as we know it. Beautiful. Don't threaten me with a good time. Of course, Netanyahu, we know one thing. He needs war to continue at all costs. Even if it's just for him to hold on to power just for a few weeks or months longer. It has to happen. Here's some more footage, more boom, boom, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Looks like that found its target. The sound of sirens. God has heralded his trumpets over the promised land. The Chosenites are fit for a day of reckoning. It's the time of reckoning for the chosen people. Jess, you son of a bitch, you're cheering me with 1 bit. Why do you waste my time? Oh Oh shit! Israel just hit Iran. Okay, let's switch over to Al Jazeera and see if we got
Closed
some
in
updates.
This because it's a capital and it has
Yep,
so
Israeli
many
military.
strategic locations, strategic
Israel launches
facilities
attacks
around
on
it,
Iran.
particularly
Oh my
to the
God,
west
here
of
we
Tehran.
go.
That's where a lot of military barracks, military facilities, and industries are centered. And also,
You hate to
Isfahan.
see it,
Remember
but you
that
know what
during
this
the
means.
war, the 40 Days War, Isfahan and Tehran were bombarded almost every single day. Isfahan, in particular, hosts some nuclear sites and lots of military industries, and it has seen that attempt by the American army to, according to the Iranian reports at that time, to go and reach one of the sites where the Americans think that the nuclear material is hidden. So it's a very important, very strategic location, Isfahan. Lots of industries concentrated there, and also in
So they struck
Tehran
Isfahan?
and around it. And these are the two historic capital of Iran. Actually, before Tehran was the capital, Isfahan was the capital of this country. It's one of the largest areas of concentrated industries and economic interests and so on. And now Iran also, Tehran is the latest capital. It is the current capital. These are locations very strategic and symbolically also very important. So that's a message from Israel that even though Iran attacked only northern Israel and did not inflict damage, according to Israeli reports, now we don't know what is the impact of these new strikes by Israel. And apparently Israel has not refrained from attacking the most strategic cities in Iran.
I never knew I could have such ravenous desire to call for the death of something. And then I met a thing called Israel.
In fact, these aggressions are repeated. Talking about Israeli strikes, Israeli aggressions, the responses will be broader and will encompass all American Zionist targets in the region. What kind of response should we expect now from the Iranians?
Oh, really, Jess? Really? You thought this was a gaming channel? Well, I thought that you were a shithead. And it turns out I was right. So, only one of us was wrong here, and it wasn't me.
Side, given the fact that Israel has now, in fact, retaliated?
Well, the pattern is that when the attacks come from Israel, usually Iran concentrates its retaliation on Israel, but across the country, not just to the north, but also
Good
they
evening to
attack
you,
other
Saeed.
locations
Good
in
morning to
Haifa,
you, I should say.
Near Tel Aviv and other areas. So the
We're
understanding
just covering
is that
the latest salvos between Iran and Israel. We're back at it. Is it true Promise 5? It seems like Israel has now launched attacks on Iran. Iran has always said that they're going to unleash the dogs of war on Israel if this happens. So Dr. Morandi just said, look, if they're going to come after our infrastructure, there's going to be no infrastructure in Israel left. So it remains to be seen, what did they strike? What did they hit? Does anybody know exactly where? We'll find out, I'm sure, but this is all a developing story. Thank you for being here. We'll be covering it over the next few hours. So stay tuned. And we'll be bouncing around between what they're saying on Twitter, what they're writing about, what they're reporting about in Israel, and also in the mainstream media here in the States, as well as your Discord links. We'll be taking a look at, might take in a few podcasts if it's necessary. Thank you for that follow. Let's keep going.
This attack on Israel is seen by many experts as sort of a measured attack, sending about 10 missiles, but not actually striking anything. Could Iran leave it at this? That's what I'm asking. Could it just be sort of said, okay, Iran attacked, Israel responded, let's leave it at that, let's go back to the negotiating table?
Well, I think it will depend on the impact of these Israeli retaliatory strikes this morning. If it is a painful blow to some of the Iranian facilities, if there are assassinations included, there is no likelihood that Iran is going to stop there and not respond. But if it is cosmetic, which is something that Israel is not doesn't usually do, Iran does it sometimes, but Israel usually doesn't wage cosmetic strikes. Usually Israel, when it strikes painfully and at very strategic targets in Iran, either killing high-ranking personalities or attacking facilities that are very key to the Iranian military and civilian capabilities. So it will all depend on where did Israel attack this morning.
That is Al Jazeera's Mohammed Valam reporting live from Tehran for us. Thank you, Mohammed. And let's just bring you up to speed on the latest developments here. We're getting reports of explosions heard in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Multiple explosions heard. Okay. And there is also word from the Israeli military that it has attacked several military targets in western and central Iran. Let's bring in our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. Alan, this is exactly what Donald Trump did not want to happen.
Hell yeah,
when
that's
he
what
picked
they
up
need
the
to go
phone
after.
and called Netanyahu,
The Iranians need to go after the Israeli desalination
any kind of
plants.
response.
Exactly. So that complicates any possible peace deal between the United States and Iran. Donald Trump was hoping to keep a lid on this. He'll be hoping this is like April 2024. And you'll remember then that Israel and Iran exchanged attacks between each other. But then after a couple of days, cooler heads prevailed and it didn't escalate into a much wider conflict, which was always the worry at that point. There'll be a similar hope here that they can perhaps keep a lid on it, they can keep control of it and not let this spread much further. It certainly begs the question, what did Donald Trump mean when he said to the Financial Times in the last couple of hours that he calls the shots?
Yeah.
Clearly, Benjamin Netanyahu, during the conversation that he had with him in the last few hours, would have made it clear that even though Donald Trump would like to see a set of outcomes coming from Israel, the political furniture there is much different. Benjamin Netanyahu has to negotiate various different obstacles and various different personalities, as well.
Isn't that funny though? He's in an interview with the Financial Times and he's telling over and over again, I call the shots, I call the shots. And that's literally the opposite of true, because over the past few days we know that Donald Trump has told Netanyahu and expressed to Israel that please don't bomb Beirut, stop bombing Lebanon. And what happens? They bomb Beirut. It doesn't seem at all like that was true, Donald Trump, that you call
Monday,
the shots.
Tuesday, or Wednesday in another interview. So he, even though he said it before, clearly believes that there is the possibility of a deal, given that papers are being exchanged between both sides through mediators.
Of course, Alan, at this point, we don't know the extent of these strikes, these Israeli strikes on Iran. But I just want to read a quick quote here from earlier tonight when Donald Trump spoke to Axios. He said, if Netanyahu strikes them back, it's just going to keep going like the last 47 years or the last 3,000 years. Obviously, Donald Trump appears to be quite worried.
Right, because Israel's been around for 3,000 years.
What kind of...
Israel has had Javelin missiles and hypersonic missiles for 3,000 years.
Effects an Israeli response could have on these negotiations?
Well, Donald Trump confirmed that he had a phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu last Monday where expletives were used as he was speaking to the Israeli Prime Minister. Let me tell you, he's not the first US president to use that sort of language about an Israeli Prime Minister. But he also said that he was complicating things for the United States by his continuing operations in southern Lebanon, and essentially wanted him to put a stop to what was going on. It's clear that Donald Trump thinks that that is an issue that has to be dealt with. But it's also clear that Benjamin Netanyahu, first of all, is negotiating a different set of circumstances that perhaps Donald Trump doesn't appreciate, doesn't understand, doesn't quite get.
It's a good way of putting it, a permission structure of violence. I like that phrase. Towards vulnerable people to uphold the, quote, meritocracy.
But also there is the long history of the United States making demands on the Israelis feel they can act with impunity. Of course, they would like to have the support, both tacit and overtly, of any US president. But it's clear that Benjamin Netanyahu feels that this was an action that he had to take. And maybe there'll be another phone call between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu in the coming hours it's clear that Donald Trump felt that that would not help negotiations. But also, Donald Trump seems to think that the negotiations are moving along reasonably well and that there could be a deal in the offing for him and for Iran.
Stand by for me, Alan Fisher, live for us in Washington, D.C., because I want to bring in our colleague again in Tehran, Mohammed Val. Mohammed, are you hearing any more details from the IRGC or other Iranian leaders about these Israeli strikes?
Not yet, but the expectation is that there will be more because this is very early in the day and we've heard the news only on the national TV and also on some of the news agencies. But in terms of official reactions, nothing has emerged yet. But
I really wonder to what extent is were these strikes by Israel against Iran, to what extent was the damage? Because, you can't forget the political superstructure. And, war is an extension of politics by other means, but Netanyahu is trying to hold on to his power. He's got an election in October. He's got challengers. He's very deeply unliked. And if he's got his Likudniks rabidly calling for more war against Lebanon and more further expansion, if he doesn't do that, he's going to get outflanked, and he knows that peace is not an option. So he also needs to assert dominance and independence and prove to people that Israel is its own thing. It doesn't need the Americans. So for it to be just Israel now striking Iran without the U.S.'s help, I wonder to what extent can they actually touch Iran and have considerable damage against the Iranian infrastructure without the Americans? Is it more just like a political event here that is done to change public opinion? I don't know. That could be far off base. It could be that this was a real strike that wasn't just like, let's shoot a missile and call it a day.
Diplomatic relations and so on. That's something not for me to talk about. But Iranians are surely going to, according to what they say and the pattern they have set during this war, are going to retaliate.
That's Mohammed Val reporting live from Tehran for us. Let's go to Ali Hashim now, who's live for us in Beirut, joining us on the phone. Ali, I understand that there have also been explosions heard there in Beirut. What can you tell us?
Well, actually, there were several explosions heard in Beirut and actually across the Lebanese map, because we understood from several people in different areas that these sounds were heard. Now, there's no signs of attacks in Lebanon, no signs of attacks in the southern suburb or in Beirut. And it seems that these explosions might be coming out of interceptions or launch from warships. It's actually really strange. No one can give any explanation.
Yes, I did hear that. I know they've been using white phosphorus in Gaza and Lebanon recently. Several
sounds and on different in different times. So this is what we heard here. For now, there's no confirmation of anything from here.
So at the moment, I understand people are quite worried there in Beirut of this situation escalating even further. Give us a sense of the mood there in the Lebanese capital following these explosions, these Iranian strikes. And now we've reported about Israel retaliating against Iran, and you're reporting about explosions heard in Beirut. What's the sense there in Beirut?
Well, the fact is that this is a moment where the ceasefires, or mainly the ceasefire of the 8th of April, which is the main one for the region, has come to, let me say, a relative end. And that's why there's a lot of concern that this could mean, once again, Israel launching attacks on the Lebanese capital, suburbs, and, of course, more escalation. The war continues normally in the southern side of the country. So we knew of several airstrikes in different towns in South Lebanon, and also there were many casualties, but still the capital and its suburbs were kind of put aside in the past few weeks. Now,
Brad is absolutely right, Saeed. You gotta stop selling the Israelis oil. When is enough enough?
This situation, the exchange of attacks between Israel and Iran, and as we now all know, Lebanon was the ground zero for this new escalation with the Israeli attack
You'd rather drink
this noon on a flat in Beirut, in southern suburb. So it seems that everyone now is anticipating what could happen next. Will Israel want to emphasize a new equation counter to the Iranian equation that linked Lebanon to, or the southern suburb of Beirut to the whole conflict? So this is right now the main issue and the main concern. People do not want to see once again renewed airstrikes in the suburbs of the capital, alongside with the possibility of attacks on the capital, just like what happened in the past. So yeah, it's a very tense time, especially now. I mean, the day is starting now. It's almost 5 a.m. in Beirut, and when the sounds of explosions were heard, we are on some WhatsApp groups where the journalists, we knew and understood that everyone was hearing them, and for now it's confirmed. There's no explosions. I mean, there's no strikes in the capital. There's no strikes in the southern suburbs, but these explosions were heard. And
Israeli TV says all strikes were launched from their navy in Iraqi territory, which couldn't have happened without the U.S. disabling Iraq's AD systems, making the U.S. effectively complicit. Yes, and, while they say that we're going to strike Iran without U.S. help, we know that they can't do that. They feasibly cannot do that, and there's nothing that the Israelis can do that the Americans aren't aware of. So that definitely makes sense to me if that reporting is accurate.
no one could.
Let's see what Aaron Monte had to say. He says, making a deal with Iran would require Trump to formally accept the defeat of his regime change war and return at least some of Iran's stolen/frozen assets. He hasn't been willing to do that, so has spent weeks stalling for time. That gave Israel an opening to act as a spoiler, which it seized by escalating its aggression against Lebanon. Perhaps Israel and the U.S. thought that Iran was desperate enough for a deal to stand down. By striking Israel today, Iran has shown that it will not abandon Hezbollah and South Lebanon. Yeah, I guess it was kind of like a little test, like, this is what you said, Iran. Well, let's see if you make good on your promise. Now the onus is back on Trump. Is he willing to respect Iran and Lebanon as sovereign nations and have peace, or is the cause of greater Israel worth continuing the war? All right. Let's see. Here's a statement from this Giga Chad, the Iranian military spokesperson. I forgot his name. Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya Central Command says Israel must immediately stop its attacks on Beirut and southern Lebanon. If the Zionist enemy continues and expands its aggression in Lebanon, it will face a much more severe response, says he.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم رژیم متجاوز صهیونیستی با نقض
I don't speak Farsi. Sorry, but you get the idea. Iranians go wild as missiles heading to Israel. We saw that just a second ago. Everybody's cheering in the streets. Despicable. The Israelis were literally just trying to free you, Iran. And this is the thanks that they get? Why? No way. Colombian President Gustavo Petro says, Heil, the mustachioed man, in an X post. How is that true? Is that real? Hello, base department, says one chatter. I didn't say that. That's what somebody said. Okay, breaking. Iranian missiles are landing continuously in Tel Aviv. It's about to get crazy. So that's a big development, if that's true. Are they actually striking Tel Aviv? Because I heard that was only in the north. And I don't even think that they touched Haifa. Targeting civilians with missiles is a war crime. We call in the UN Security Council. Oh, God, you idiot. All right. Let's see if there's any other things that we could see up to date. Usually Twitter's got the breaking news. Israel strikes Mehrabad Airport. So I guess they struck an airport as one of the targets in Tehran. Good to know. Hey, look at this. This is Revolutionary Square. The moment that Iran's attack on Israel was announced tonight. Spiritually, I'm in Tehran right now. There's probably no other place I'd rather be. Thomas Massey is going to give a speech on the floor tomorrow to honor the victims of the USS Liberty. You know, I heard about that. That's pretty based. That's pretty awesome that he wants to do that, because not enough people. I bet you the majority of Americans still don't even know what. If you say USS Liberty, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. But we know. We all know about it here. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody. More explosions reported in Tehran. Israel's getting punished tonight. Iran is not finished. The rats are panicking. Music Guides, thank you for the subscription for 13 months. That's amazing. Guys, don't forget to tap that like and subscribe to the page. Thank you. Thank you. You'll be doing yourself a favor. Remember, watching this stream makes you a better person, more handsome, more attractive to your family and friends, more articulate, more whimsical, a better personality. You actually lose weight. You become more healthy just by watching me. So there's a lot of health benefits that come with watching the stream and tapping that notice button. So tap, tap, tap away. So Israel's now bombing multiple cities across Iran at the same time. So now we thought Tehran and Isfahan. It turns out explosions are being reported not only Tehran, but Karaj, Tabriz, and Kermanshah. So that's a lot of different places. Seems like it's not so much of a phony strike as we might have originally thought. Apparently, Israeli agents have been caught planting listening devices in Secret Service cars and hacking American soldiers' phones. I mean, what's new? It's another day ending in Y. The Defense Department has increased the counterintelligence threat assessment of Israel to its highest level. I mean, one person brought up a good point about this because it's being reported that the Pentagon has raised its threat level for espionage concerning Israel specifically. And somebody said, you know, a good counterintelligence tactic would not be to release this information. You know, if you knew that a country was spying on you to such a degree, you wouldn't want to make that public because it's much better to neutralize it if the spying country is unaware that you know. So it's obviously this story was leaked for political purposes. Was it designed to hurt Israel, to hurt the Israeli regime, and further drive a wedge between America and Israel to try to incense the public? See, look, we're trying to, get rid of these Israelis that are spying on us, but they've always spied on us. It's like that's not new. So why is that? I always ask, like, why are these stories being headlines now? What is we're seeing what's happening on the surface, these little headlines and events that happen on the surface, but what is actually beneath them all? Okay, let me go back to my bookmarks. We're going to keep bouncing around. There's a lot of developments. I hope you'll stick with me. We're going to keep covering these latest breaking news. Here is that clip I was referring to. Donald Trump just wigs out. He crashes out. He gets really irate in this interview, and he storms off and leaves. I think maybe storms off is the wrong word to describe a 80-year-old grandpa getting up from his chair, but I'll let you be the judge.
Evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
Your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country, we're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
Wow, he's
and
glistening.
So is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
we
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin.
Oh, look at that. Saw he got up.
Listen, we traveled all the way to
Oh,
Wisconsin.
my old man.
For this interview.
My knees. Oh, he hobbles away.
I spoke with President.
Hilarious. Hilarious. He's not having a good go, is he? He's irate. Grandpa needs his medicine. Mark Levin says, "Why are we turning on Israel and Netanyahu tonight? Wow." Didn't you mean wow? Wait. Don't you mean wah? You fucking crybaby. You know? Baby cry. Yeah. Got him. Damn, you know, sometimes I surprise myself. All right, let's take a look over here. Here's that interview, by the way.
100 days since the United States launched the first.
I don't know if I could watch a 40-minute Trump interview. Do you want to do that? Say the word.
Give
Let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Not yet, and also the pattern since the beginning of this war is that we hear more from the Israelis in the early hours or in the early minutes
No,
of any
says
strike
Saeed.
than
Please.
from the Iranian authorities.
God.
Usually the Iranian authorities
No.
wait until they make sure or they sort out what type of information they want to get across to the media and to the public. It takes from 1 hour, 2, 3, sometimes days.
You guys
before
are
we
all
know
firm,
all
hard
the
no.
realities of what has been hit and
Okay.
the impact.
All right.
And some of that
We're not
impact
watching
has
it,
never
don't
been
worry.
even revealed until now. So, I mean, it's not a very quick situation like we see elsewhere.
We saw him get up from the chair. That was funny enough.
The Israelis have mentioned
We're good.
Mehrabad Airport. That's one of the local airports here in Tehran. It has some strategic importance there, according to the Israelis, probably military sites around it. Western Tehran, if it's one of the locations that have been hit, has also some military facilities. Esfahan is very important historically, and also it has even nuclear sites in it.
The one thing about Israel striking Iran at night is that there's no schools in progress, which I really enjoy knowing. Saeed, thank you so much. You humble me. I'm very blessed to have you as a patron here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream on a daily basis for the past 2+ years. You are a gentleman, and I think before we forget, let's give a round of applause to our goated oil baron out there in the Middle East. Thank you so much, Saeed. Everybody clap. You sent, I see what you did there. You sent 1 bit for every no accounted for.
These are very strategic.
So you sent me that generous donation because I didn't play the Trump clip. That's what I've learned. So I can threaten and lord over you with threats of watching these clips that you don't want to watch, and you'll pay me to not watch them. That's awesome.
locations, and the Israelis talked about that, the Iranians, Israelis, and to the Americans, that Israeli operation in Lebanon should stop, particularly on Beirut, and that if Israel did not respond, then Iran will not continue such strikes. But now we have seen Israel responding against American will in that regard. So
we'll come back to Israel in a second. Let's just see what the latest from Sonar 21 says. See if it's anything of value. We like Larry Johnson's analysis. New variables complicating U.S. and Iran negotiations, he says. I want to draw your attention to two news items that may complicate, if not derail, President Trump's hopes of securing a peace agreement with Iran. Pakistan, as Pepe Escobar and I reported last week, continues to play a central role in trying to craft a solution that will be acceptable to Iran and the United States. Larry Johnson remains doubtful that is, and I do too as well, that Pakistan has obviously the influence to negotiate a peace settlement. But Iranian state media reported that Pakistani Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi arrived in Tehran on Saturday for talks with Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Naqvi said he was carrying a special letter from his country's army chief and prime minister to Iran's Khamenei. Releasing Iranian frozen assets remains a key demand for Iran. Last Thursday, CNN interviewed Mohsen Rezaei, former IRGC commander and current military advisor to Mojtaba Khamenei. Rezaei told CNN that any U.S.-Iran peace deal depends on Washington releasing $24 billion in frozen Iranian assets, warning that the U.S. would enter into a dark corridor should it resume fighting. Well, now that dark corner seems to be fastly approaching. Rezaei described the $24 billion figure as a test of U.S. credibility. If President Donald Trump wants a deal with Iran, this amount is the test. It's a test the United States must pass to open the path to a deal. Well, it looks like Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, did not get the memo about reaching a deal with Iran. Bessent reportedly has directed a team to assess costs for damage already inflicted on Gulf allies by Iran, with the goal of using those assets to pay for repairs to the damaged infrastructure of the Gulf Arabs. This seems to be part and parcel of U.S. foreign policy. We start wars in other countries, and then the damage that happens to our infrastructure as a result of their retaliation, we make them pay for it, for the war that we started. Iran will certainly refuse to accept that condition. No shit, Sherlock. I am sure that some Trump supporters will chalk this up to Trump's negotiating style. Yes, he's playing 5D chess, of course. But at a time when talks are reportedly stalled, why stake out a position that will anger Iran? On the other hand are the sins of Israel. I don't know if the Trump White House played a role in feeding the New York Times the story about Israel's increased spying on the Trump administration in order to increase pressure on Israel. Or, this is something that we just said, right? Or if this was an unauthorized leak that caught Trump and Pete Hegseth by surprise. Remember that Hegseth is the ultimate civilian authority over DIA after Donald Trump. While the New York Times is treating this as some dramatic revelation, it isn't news to him. It isn't news to Larry. I have two words that encapsulate the issue. Jonathan Pollard. That's a good point, right? Because Jonathan Pollard was the Israeli spy, and he was later pardoned by Trump. He lives in Israel now. He might run for prime minister for all we know. Here's what the New York Times has to say. Recent U.S. intelligence reports have raised concerns about Israeli spy agencies eavesdropping on American negotiators working on a peace deal with Iran, amid rising concern over a more general counterintelligence threat by Israel. The reports include concerns that Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdrop on senior American officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbridge Colby, the Pentagon's top policy official, and one of his main deputies, Michael P. Domino IV. Another report written by the Defense Intelligence Agency and other military intelligence offices focused on earlier events, thank you for the follow, going back several years, said that the counterintelligence threat level posed by Israel had been increased in recent weeks to the top level from high to critical. Threat level midnight approaches. The report, to which the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency contributed, outlines various efforts by Israel to spy on American military personnel and government officials. We see these stories every year. I think this is a follow-up to the Axios report earlier this past week that featured Donald Trump cursing at Bibi Netanyahu. While experienced intelligence officers are not surprised by this, hell, Israel has been doing this for years. Exactly. The framing of the story certainly paints Israel in a very negative light and will add to the growing anti-Israel sentiment in the United States. Maybe Trump is serious about ending the war with Iran. I wouldn't hold my breath. Israel did further damage to its already shredded reputation by attacking a Lebanese army military vehicle traveling on a road between Kfar Tebnit and Kardali in the Nabatea area of southern Lebanon, killing a brigadier general, a captain, and a soldier. The IDF admitted it struck the vehicle and tried to justify the attack by saying it had identified it moving suspiciously toward Israeli forces near the village of Kfar Tebnit. So they attacked their own, Zionist outfit that's the Lebanese army for you. They didn't attack Hezbollah. They attacked the Lebanese army, which is on the side of Israel. And then they claim, oh, well, they were moving suspiciously. You mean they were just moving? Because anything with motion is a threat to Israel, of course. Everything is suspicious. Nobody talk politics, but everything is suspicious. The Lebanese armed forces, not surprisingly, were outraged. They released the following statement. We have some harsh words for the Israelis as they commit war crimes against us. The continued, deliberate, and repeated Israeli aggression against Lebanon, its people, and its army only strengthens our resolve, faith, and determination. Sure thing. This latest act of Israeli murder comes just days after a renewed ceasefire deal between Israel and Lebanon that was brokered by the United States. That didn't last long. Israel has not stopped bombing across parts of southern Lebanon since the ceasefire was first announced on April 16th. That's my birthday. This reinforces Iran's position with respect to its demand that there will be no agreement with the United States until Israel pulls out of Lebanon and stops the killing, a terrific goal, but not likely to be realized. All right, so there's the latest from Larry Johnson. Let's go back to Al Jazeera.
Confidence to continue the attempts to defend or at least to resist the Israeli attempts to invade and occupy more and more territories within Lebanon.
That is Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem reporting live on the phone there from Beirut. Thank you so much, Ali.
That's what I say too, Jet Bomb. Harsh words, what a pathetic excuse for a government. No wonder Hezbollah exists. Exactly.
Pictures that we're just getting here to Al Jazeera. These are live pictures coming to us from western Tehran. As you can see in these pictures, smoke rising up.
Like if the Israeli military just attacked your military, it's not like, oh, we condemn the attack. No, bitch, we're coming for you now. That's the appropriate response. It's like that's what Hezbollah does.
In the air, following those Israeli strikes, what we understand now is that Israel has in fact retaliated, has responded to those Iranian strikes on Israel, which means that Israel has now launched strikes on at least 3 locations in Iran. We know that there have been reports of explosions in Tehran, in Tabriz, and Isfahan. And these pictures are coming to us from the western areas of Tehran. According to Israel's army, they have struck military targets in western and central Iran. And again, these are the latest pictures that we're now getting to us following those strikes. Multiple explosions heard in Tehran, Tabriz, and Isfahan. Let's bring in Alan Fisher, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. Alan, Donald Trump picked up the phone. He called Netanyahu. He asked him not to do this. He wanted him to hold off on any kind of strikes on Iran to make sure that whatever deal he's working on with Iran would not be put into jeopardy. Do you think that these strikes that Netanyahu has obviously launched and given his go-ahead to be carried out, do you think that that could actually derail these negotiations now?
Well, to be clear, let's make it absolutely certain that Donald Trump had that conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. He said he did. So publicly and quite openly, he urged restraint on the Israeli Prime Minister. And it appears that that was either misdirection, which would have big question marks about the future diplomatic direction of talks with Iran, or Benjamin Netanyahu did have that conversation and simply decided to defy the US president. Donald Trump told reporters that he wanted to make sure that effectively there was a lid kept on the trouble, that the
Guys, you know I'm streaming on Facebook. I officially received my first comment on Facebook Live. You want to know what the comment was? Cocksucker. Thank you, Facebook Live person.
Israel had its attack on Lebanon. The Iranians had responded.
I'm widely beloved on Facebook, by the way.
Therefore, they had, in his words, both had their fun, but now they had to effectively stop to allow negotiations between the United States and Iran to continue. And he believed that there was a deal close by. Now, it appears that obviously the Israeli Prime Minister decided to act without the permission of the US president.
Right, Saeed?
That seems more likely than the idea of Donald Trump being involved in public misdirection.
Facebook's full of boomers.
And that will have consequences for his relationship with Donald Trump.
But that's why I'm there. That's why I have to occupy that space, you know? That's just good Israeli logic.
It's clear there has been an element of frustration from Donald Trump towards Benjamin Netanyahu from the conversation that they had a week ago, where he used several expletives to Benjamin Netanyahu and told him that whatever he was doing in Lebanon was actually screwing up the possibility of a peace deal with the Iranians, to this latest incident where it appears, if Donald Trump is to be taken at his word, he told Benjamin Netanyahu not to do anything more.
We're going to come back to that, but look at this. Look at this old creepy man. He says, ripping the fishnets off my slutty little oranges. What is wrong with this grandpa? That is kind of funny, though. Those oranges are kind of slutty, though. Why would they wear fishnets like that, you know? I like how he took out his belt. All right, I know that's completely random, has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about, but
Benjamin Netanyahu was put in an impossible position. He had to act because of his own domestic concerns. He had to act because Israel had come under attack from Iran. And even though Donald Trump did not want him to act, he had to act against the wishes of the US president.
I mean, these two have spoken on the phone multiple times.
A big rest or maybe a big reset.
Could it be that we're hearing one thing in public and then these two discuss another thing in private? I mean, could Donald Trump have told him, okay, Netanyahu, go ahead, launch sort of a limited response, and then let's leave it at that? Could that kind of conversation have taken place?
Those oranges are pure and innocent.
Look, it would be wrong to speculate on what could have taken place and pose various hypotheticals. Certainly, the Israeli media are reporting that the phone call...
Did y'all see this? This is insane. I don't know if this is real. I mean, we joke about Donald Trump farting, you know, and all this, but this seems like it's real. And watch the reaction from this guy behind him directly.
That so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us. And lastly, again, thank you for creating the National Energy.
Watch it again and watch the guy on the left. He just has this look on his face.
He's like in disbelief
right now.
Did Donald Trump just
working through all the permitting to drive towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us.
And then as soon as it's over,
lastly,
he leans
again,
up.
thank you for creating the National Energy.
It's like perfectly timed. As soon as it's done, he like, that was good. God, that was wet. Should we listen to it
drive
again?
towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us.
It's like it's beyond parody. That was my joke, but then he does the thing in real life. I mean, also I just learned about the double pendulum. Do you know about the double pendulum? Did you know that the double pendulum defies science? Scientists still can't predict its trajectory. Look at this. People call this deterministic chaos. I had no idea. The double pendulum is one of the most fascinating demonstrations of chaos theory in physics. Unlike a single pendulum, which swings in a perfectly predictable and repeatable arc, a double pendulum consists of two rods connected end to end, and its motion becomes extraordinarily complex. Even the tiniest difference in its starting position, as small as a fraction of a millimeter, leads to a completely different trajectory within seconds. Yeah, you need the variables, but there's infinite variables. It goes down to like even the atomic charges that are in the metal rod themselves. It goes down to the molecular level. There's no such thing as unpredictable or random. The closest thing science came to was a room full of lava lamps. I'm going to call bullshit on that. Lava lamps? I mean, I'm with you on the first part. You know, because apparently this isn't, I mean, like if you could input all the coordinates and all the variables, you could predict what the thing's going to do, but we don't have that kind of technology, I think. This is what physicists call sensitive dependence on initial conditions, the core principle of chaos theory, famously known as the butterfly effect. What makes it even more remarkable is that the double pendulum follows all the known laws of physics. Newton's equations fully describe its motion. Yet its long-term behavior remains practically impossible to predict because no measurement in the real world can ever be perfectly precise. It is not random, just like Saeed just said. It is not broken physics. It is deterministic chaos, a system that is governed by rules but behaves as if it has none. This is why the double pendulum has become the go-to symbol for chaos theory and why it continues to fascinate physicists, mathematicians, and engineers to this day. So there is completely useless, irrelevant information that I thought you should know about.
This way, if you degrade them, you humiliate them, you murder them, that don't be surprised if a Nat Turner revolt happens. And that's exactly what I said about October 7th. If you knew, as I did know, what had been done to the people of Gaza, the fact that even the head of Israel's National Security Council said in 2004, Giora Island, he described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. Or Mary Robinson, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, she said in 2008, she said, a whole civilization is being destroyed.
I am not exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating. It's being destroyed.
Yep, word for
word.
Or
as the Economist said, in 2023, just on the eve of October 7th, when they said that Gaza was a sinking ship. In the face of all of that, you can't be surprised by October 7th. You can't pretend to be shocked by October 7th, and you can condemn the atrocities, but just as the abolitionists did not condemn the slave revolts, I won't condemn the revolt by the inmates of a concentration camp who were born into it, because the people of Gaza who burst the gates, they were mostly around 20 to 22 years old. They were born into a concentration camp. They languished in that concentration camp, and they were fated and destined to die in that camp.
Many such cases, many such quotes over the years, you know, of prominent state leaders from the West likening Gaza to a concentration camp. Even Israeli officials themselves.
Well, that was indeed...
All right, if you're just joining us, we're covering the latest airstrikes happening between Iran and Israel. Don't forget to smash that notice button, be a good boy. We're covering all the latest top stories.
Here, where both sides knew that what they were doing was provoking the other one to take that next step.
Yes, and then the question, of course, is they're making their calculations about who will back down first. I think the Israelis legitimately thought that the Iranians would not dare to strike at them directly, and thought that by striking at the southern Beirut, they would have blown a huge hole in Iran's deterrence and in its credibility. Now, of course, the Iranians did strike, and the Israelis perhaps did not calculate that Trump would come in and try to prevent them from responding, has nevertheless now responded. And the question now, of course, is what will the Iranians do? When it comes to the question of who's winning or not, I think it's obviously too early to say anything about that. But I think what we can say is that the battle lines and the lines of deterrence have shifted. Because now the Iranians are essentially trying to assert that not only have they restored their own deterrence, the Israelis know very well that if they strike at Iran, Iran will retaliate. But also now the Iranians are trying to establish a line of deterrence around Lebanon and saying that any strike against Lebanon will be responded to by the Iranians directly hitting Israel. This would be a completely new scenario in the region, and one that has not existed for several decades at a minimum, in which a regional country is willing to put its own military in the line and put hard power behind a promise to make sure that Israel cannot conduct an attack against a third country, whether it is expansion into Syria, expansion into Palestine, or expansion into Lebanon. Now, of course, the Israelis will do everything they can to make sure that those kind of promises or those other efforts by the Iranians prove futile, and that that new deterrence or that new line is not drawn. But at least we can say that the movement now is towards striking, drawing a line that limits Israel's maneuverability, whereas in the past, that is not the direction where things were going.
If Iran decides to retaliate now and launch even more strikes on Israel, do you think that in the end, Donald Trump is going to find himself in a position where he just can't stay out of the conflict anymore, where he has to join on Israel's side?
The pressure, of course, will be immense on Trump to not only, at a minimum, make sure that defensive capabilities are provided to Israel, but reality is, if the United States provides defensive capabilities to Israel, it enables Israel to conduct offensive capabilities, because those defensive capabilities ensures that the cost of offensive operations by the Israelis are significantly reduced, because it protects Israel from the repercussions of its own offensive strikes. This is what Biden did. He kept on saying that he didn't want to see Israel strike, but then by providing the defensive protection for Israel, he made it easier for the Israelis to go in the direction that he said that he didn't want them to go in. Trump may find himself in the same position. He may be at a minimum pressure to do that and at a maximum pressure to go back into the war entirely. I don't think that that is what he wants to do. I don't think that that is what he thinks would serve his interests at this point. Just getting into this very fragile ceasefire was difficult enough. Trying to get that ceasefire up to a memorandum of understanding that establishes a longer-term peace has proven very, very difficult. If there is another round of war, it's not clear whether the two parties easily would find.
We're in the U.S. We have an Eleanor Roosevelt in the White House, and I don't know who it is. It's certainly not Melania. But, much like, Franklin Roosevelt had Eleanor Roosevelt, who after he had his stroke and was bedridden, made all the decisions with the president's signature. Back in the White House, there is an Eleanor Roosevelt. I don't think it's Hegseth. I think it's probably a Jared Kushner. There's someone else that is acting on behalf of the president who puts him out there for his speaking engagements, pull the string, he talks. String runs out, he goes back to bed, they feed him some snacks, and then somebody does some kind of foreign policy on his behalf.
Uh-oh, incoming alert. We've got some bots detected in the chat. Do I need to do a block? Just let me know.
Not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the patsy. Donald Trump is the one that Israel is using as the compromised person to then pull in as the commander-in-chief and the president. But Trump is completely disconnected from any... Donald Trump thinks that he spoke with the leader of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah himself, Naim Qassem, today said, I've never talked to Trump. How would Trump talk to me? I don't walk around with a cell phone in case you haven't seen the news in the past couple of years. I don't walk around with a pager. So who talked to him? It wasn't Donald Trump, but Donald Trump certainly says he did. Is it part of the great propaganda? I don't think so. I think when you look at Donald Trump, the cheese has slipped off that cracker and somebody else is pulling those strings back home. So when you look at all of these diverging entities in this, The United States, we'll say Donald Trump, since he's the face of it, is desperately looking for a way out that they can show some kind of win to the American people. Israel wants the war to continue and is willing to escalate, de-escalate.
Sorry, Anthony, I do apologize. Breaking news. Alerts in Saudi Arabia right now. Allegedly alerts in Saudi Arabia, just so we're aware. Sorry, it could be a false alert as well, because last time, if you remember, we had statements that there was alerts in Saudi and ended up being false, but my job is to just give the information, and then we'll continue to provide updates with to anyone as and when we go. But sorry, Anthony, do continue.
A butterfly could fly through the airspace, and it's going to trigger something because everybody's at such a high tension. But then back to those, what are the strategic points for each of these positions? Iran is willing to fight, but certainly willing to entertain peace on terms that are rational, on terms that they don't just hand over their sovereignty and their pride as a nation and their rights. And then you've got Israel, who I think very much wants to continue war in their favor as long as it continues to suit them at somebody else's cost. And then you've got the United States that is desperately seeking a way out.
Somebody's in Saudi Arabia getting alerts right now. Wow.
Of trophy, some type of token to the American people to say it was worth it. That's what each are looking for. The convergence of those things coming in, we're seeing those things come to a head. This could get a lot uglier, or this could be kind of the head of the infection coming to a head, where we're going to see some break. The fever might break, or it could get a lot worse. Fevers sometimes kill the host.
Ray, is there anything you want to add to that?
Where you at, Ray?
I'm sorry?
Ray, anything you want to add?
Ray, let's go.
Yeah. It really all depends on how Iranian leaders look at Trump and how they look at this question that we've just been discussing: who's in command, who's running the show in Washington. The proof will be in the pudding. I think this is a very crucial...
Okay, Ray. Yeah, we get it, Ray.
Just from an hour ago. So they're responding to the sonic booms from an hour ago. That'll be missile and drone alerts. So they're missile and drone alerts in Al-Qag, south of Riyadh. Iranian missiles are targeting Prince Sultan Air Base. They decided to drag in the U.S.
Well, yeah. I mean, there are a bunch of KC-135s there, I know. So.
Oh. But they have KC-135s in Ben Gurion as well. They would use those.
Well, but at those KC-130, remember, from Israel to get over even to the edge of the Persian Gulf, that's at least two air refuelings, because that's a distance of about 900 miles. And those F-35s have a combat radius of 550. So, you don't want to wait till you're empty to start trying to look for a gas station. So when they're down about 20% left, they get refueled. So the math on that works out. You got to have at least two refuelings to get to the Persian Gulf, and then two more coming back from there. Mm-hmm. So that means they would have, if they took off from Prince Saud, then the Saudis were involved.
Right. Wouldn't shock me, sadly.
It shocks me.
Yeah, I mean, the Saudis, as Larry has reported, have reversed course, at least in what they've relayed to the White House. But early on, they were cheerleading this. The Emiratis were much worse. But early on, the Saudis thought this would make them the kings of Arabia, and discovered midway through otherwise. And I mean, if the Saudis and Qataris want this to end, just announce that they're going to expel the U.S. military presence.
They can't do it that quickly, but the repercussions, you can't just do that. It's a long-term process. They don't do it publicly, etc. That takes time.
I know that's their protocol, but under these circumstances, well, I mean, as long as they're willing to keep taking the hits, okay. But if they really wanted to stop and they wanted a cessation of hostilities, they've got to make a complete transition. And the quicker they make that, the better, because they're not dealing with, in my opinion, somebody who's acting with the best decision-making capacity in the White House. So they can't depend on that. In the past, they could. They can't now. And I don't know how much they appreciate that. I think it's a growing appreciation. And as Larry has reported, the Israel lobby, they're starting to realize Israel is the great threat to Middle Eastern stability, not Iran.
Well, can they hurry the fuck up? Because, shit,
Yeah, I'm
Like
really
that's a
surprised, guys.
Secret.
Like we're. It's hard to say. You know, I did a post actually. No.
We'll come back to that. What did I want to show you? Oh yeah, Saeed, you got a link for us from Bad Hasbro. Let's we're gonna move to the Discord and take a look at some of the posts that you guys have been making.
Anyone can shoot.
That's right.
It doesn't take a genius to shoot.
To pull a trigger is like fucking anyone.
And crying,
That's
every
a skill.
baby
Shooting
cries.
and crying. That's right.
But to shoot and cry
at the same time,
That is
simultaneously,
impressive.
that is distinctly Israeli.
That's
they
right.
have invented a way of doing it that only they can, and they're doing it now through a documentary that is, I shit you not, called
Shooting and
"I
Crying."
Cried in Gaza."
And it's about
No.
It's about the emotional
Oh
healing
my
journey
God. Mhm.
of Israel's female combat soldiers.
We do this too, right? In America, we make movies about the trauma that our soldiers had to endure for committing war crimes on behalf of Halliburton.
Because, you know, women feel things deeply.
That's right. Do the girls feel bad about it?
Yeah. Can we somehow take their vulnerability, put it on the world stage, and use it to justify more cluster bombs?
Certainly, we can use their tears as fuel for more Hasbara.
That's right. Believe women.
Yes.
Believe
Oh, God.
women. They're so funny. They're so silly.
Okay, here we go. As many of you know, my father served in Vietnam, right? My father was also a man of many secrets, okay? He had a secret child that I didn't even know existed until after my father died.
Who cares?
He kept that shit locked down.
I don't care
okay?
about your dad.
My father was not drafted. He volunteered. My father also did some
I don't
shit
even know who
for
this guy is.
the federal government.
I don't care about this guy, and I care even less about his dad.
And he helped take down one of the Italian crime families. He was embedded. He wore a wire. He did some shit for them. So I just found out.
Did he just
from my
find
uncle,
out?
my father's older brother.
What? Oh, is that what an uncle is? It's your father's brother? Oh my God. Thank you for all of these details that I didn't need to know.
That when my dad came back from the Vietnam War,
he applied
he was
for the
20 years
IDF
old,
and he was
and
rejected.
all he knew how to do was kill. And the only skill he had was killing other humans. So he tried to become.
There a point to this story? I know that you have a way with words and you can pronounce them real like charismatically, but like, what's the point here?
Become a mercenary here in the United States of America, but no mercenary group would take him. So he thought to himself, he said, well, I want to kill people. Where can I go to kill people?
That's actually a pretty good, funny. I need that sound effect for these streams. That's the one thing I took away from that. Because, I mean, I knew where the story was going before it started.
The White House has put David Pakman on their website as a media offender, left-wing lunacy.
That's crazy because David Pakman is a right-wing Zionist.
For reporting on the president's failing health. That's right. I'm starting to think this is the one issue, besides the Epstein files, this is the one issue that they are the most terrified of people reporting on, talking about, or exposing the truth about.
Yeah.
Okay?
Whatever.
So that said, put my ass on your website, you fucking twat waffles. Where y'all been? I've been
twat waffle. I like that.
Talking shit about his failing health, his heart failure, dementia.
Oh, so you're sad you don't have the clout that David Pakman has? Fuck David Pakman. Fuck that ghoul. That was very... Oh, nice. Japanese man's getting into it. Yes. More of this energy, please. Oh, man. Are you a criminal?
Do you know Smithing and Ken? Do you know Smithing and Ken? Do you know? Do you know?
It says it's Sudetenland, but it sounds like he's saying Smoothie King.
Do you know Smithing and Ken? To insult a stick to the person's rectum is not legitimate. Is not legitimate. Do you know Smithing and Ken?
Oh, he's saying stay Taman camp. Wow, I can't believe I picked that up.
Do you know Smithing and Ken? Fuck Israel! Fuck you! Fuck it! Hey! Riverside! Riverside! Yeah!
That dude's voice. Now I'm just, whenever I think, I'm going to think in that voice. I really want some cereal. Maybe I'll watch a show. Am I being racist right now towards Japanese? I didn't mean to. I was just impersonating the Japanese man. I'm sorry. Please, God, forgive me. The U.S.-Israel merger just got worse. Foreign hand firmly on America's neck. Kim Iverson dropping bombs. Congress is quietly tying U.S. intelligence agencies to Israel. Yes, we know about this.
So Monday, I told you about the House's NDAA, the defense bill that includes a sneaky little clause that merges our military with Israel. Well, get this. We found out today that the Senate has its own version of the same idea, except this time it's not just about weapons and factories. This time they're going after our intel. They're trying to tie our spy agencies now to Israel in a way that's going to be incredibly hard to undo, almost impossible. Buried under all the usual bureaucratic stuff, there's a line that should stop you cold. Title 6, Section 622. The United States-Israel Intelligence Sharing Enhancement.
Yeah, maybe I'm more Patrice O'Neill.
The president
than Itamar Ben-Gvir
shall expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. Shall is not a suggestion. Shall is a legal command. And it doesn't stop at send Israel more intel. They also make it hard to ever send
That's just standard issue in the military.
less. Intelligence sharing and related security exchanges with Israel shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited except on the basis of specific identifiable national security concern determined by the president. That's lawyer language for you can't just turn this down because you think the relationship is bad. You have to check a legal box, write a justification, and report back to the same people who wrote the law. We're all bought off by Israel, by the way, and nobody voted for that openly. There was no national debate where we all sat down and said, do we want to reorganize our entire military and intelligence? So when Congress says build the future with Israel on the military side and expand and enhance intelligence sharing with Israel on the intel side, that's not partnership. That's not sovereignty. That is putting a foreign hand right on your neck.
Saeed, now we know when military grunts are talking about being in the shit. Now we know why that is. It probably has something to do with the standard issue butt plug.
And you're crooked, and meet the press is crooked.
Gross. We saw that already.
One way or the other, this Charlie Kirk, even though he was good to the Jews,
He was
good to Israel,
good to the Jews.
He had good values.
He had good values, meaning he was a slave for the Jews.
He was a preacher of Christianity.
He was a preacher.
A missionary. He affected the life of millions of people to be faithful Christians, which is a cult of idol worshippers.
Therefore,
well, as long as the Goyim follow this,
to
that's
get
their
it in
problem.
the neck.
The problem is that he had a lot of Jewish fans.
Oh, shit.
And a lot of these Jewish fans are either stupid or ignorant. So it's very easy to manipulate them. when they see someone speak highly about the Jews or highly about Israel, immediately this person becomes their guru. Let's follow him. He's so talented.
We don't need a guru, we need a juru.
He's great. He's anti-Hamas. He's anti-this. So every Jew has some values or looks for some values. And he's on social media. Who is going to become his rabbi? Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
And while he turns him into a person who follows more values and religion, which religion he's gonna make him follow? An idol.
What is this guy? Who is this guy? Where is this guy indigenous to? What is this accent?
Worshippers religion, Christianity. So that could be, of course, I'm not Hashem. I cannot speak for him, and I'm not his lawyer to explain his opinions and his.
But you do speak for Hashem. You do speak for God. You tell us, God told you this. God said that. God said that with a wiffle ball bat. We know you got the land that was promised to you 3,000 years ago. By who? By God. You speak for God. You blasphemous. What do you call that? Pagan.
Actions. But I do know Torah. We learn Torah. We learn the principles. And we do know
the Torah.
That following and worshipping any idol in the world, you are subject to a death penalty.
All right, moving
Would
along.
you rather have the Chinese tell your children what to eat for breakfast in 20 years, or do you want America to have the strongest defense it can have?
I want a Chinese breakfast, actually.
AI is the future of the economy.
Firstly, Chinese for breakfast sounds delightful and frankly
right?
infinitely
Yes.
superior to sugared cereal and Starbucks cake drinks. So,
those are
you know,
good, though,
don't
too.
threaten people with a good time. Secondly, aren't you fucking Canadian? Thirdly, where do these wealthy Westerners get off painting China as some perpetual
And where do they get off wearing that kind of a jacket?
villain, some imminent threat that they need to protect us all from? And don't get me wrong.
Because there's money involved. That's the thing. That's what you got to say now. You got to talk about China. You want to make a lot of money? Just start fear-mongering China.
There are plenty of legitimate criticisms that could be directed towards the Chinese government, but coming out of the mouths of wealthy Westerners as an excuse that justifies their own destructive actions is categorically ridiculous. It is infinitely easier to make a coherent argument for the West, led by the United States being the biggest threat to global harmony, than it is to do so for China. The Chinese have built roughly 400 data centers. The United States have built over 5,000, with plans already at play to build several thousand more. On top of that, many of the ones in the United States are powered by small armies of extremely harmful gas-powered turbines that spew a never-ending stream of pollutants into their local ecosystems. This is at the data center that is used to power Elon Musk's Grok. Now, they've put these gas turbines on truck beds rather than building permanent structures to get around environmental protection laws, because doing this is actually illegal. Listen, you are not in some vital arms race against the Chinese to build as many data centers as possible to secure the safety of the world, or at least if you are, the Chinese are not participating in it. On the topic of China being painted as globally hostile and aggressive in general, this is a map of the United States military bases surrounding China. For context,
That's all you need right there. It says everything.
here's a map of the Chinese military bases surrounding the United States, right? It's just a map. Because there are none. In fact, the total amount of overseas Chinese military bases in all of the world is one, right? It's in Eastern Africa. It's in Djibouti, which in English sounds like a joke, but you know, it's nowhere near the United States. China are the
I was wondering where that smell was coming from.
#1 producer of consumer goods in all of the world, making almost a third. The United States are the #1 producer of weapons and military and surveillance technology in all of the world, producing nearly half, which incidentally is probably what these data centers are actually for, right? Surveillance and military targeting technology. To be used not to protect the American people and the people of the world, but rather to be weaponized against them. The United States is the #1 producer of oil and fossil fuels in the world. China is the #1 producer of wind and solar and renewable energy. Chinese military expenditure is less than a third of the United States, despite having a population that is more than 4 times as large. The United States power structure seems to be funneling as many resources and as much wealth as they can into bombs and weapons and oppressive or destructive technology in order to cling to economic supremacy enforced by military might. The Chinese are building the most advanced high-speed rail system in the world, the most advanced electrical grid in the world. They're prioritizing infrastructure. They're prioritizing low-income housing. They have a home ownership rate of over 90%. And considering they have a population of 1.4 billion, that's amazing. Now, again, we're not trying to glaze China too much. They have been and are involved in many atrocious things. I've made videos about it in the past, and I will do again. But I will say that the Chinese power structure seems to be planning for an actual future. The United States power structure seems to be planning for some kind of apocalyptic event. And considering that nobody else is really doing that, it kind of feels like they might be planning to cause it. Now, I'm no fan of excessive authority either way, and most of my criticisms of China tend to revolve around that. But when it comes to assessing the threat level of powerful entities on a global scale, the one that seems to believe that the future is actually going to happen doesn't seem like the scariest one to me.
All right, well,
Would
if
you
you're
rather have
just
the China-
joining us, Israel is striking Iran after Iran struck Israel because Israel bombed Beirut. So we're going tit for tat. Lots of new updates for you. Don't forget to tap that notice button and hit the subscribe button as well if you know it's good for you. And you know it's good for you. Look at this, the look of a failed president. He's so combative. He's so ornery. Here's the timeline of events today, according to BRICS News. Israel strikes Beirut, Lebanon. In response, Iran launches ballistic missiles towards Israel. President Trump says he's not happy with Israel's initial strike in Beirut and tells Netanyahu not to respond right away. But Israel strikes Tehran and a few other cities in Iran. And I'm told they hit a hospital. No, not a hospital, sorry, an airport. They might have hit a hospital. We don't know yet, but I think one of the airports was bombed in, I can't remember if it was Tehran or Isfahan. But we'll try to get some more info on that. Let's go through some of these reposts here. Alon Mitzrahi says that he made this video last summer. In it, he explained in relative detail what Israel was doing and thinking that was going to lead to its destruction. As we now could be entering a very decisive phase in this process, people who want to hear more about my angle or things, they can take a listen. So he did a whole thing about how Israel ends. I like his opinions and his analysis. I'll probably give that a read through at some point. This is from Stu Peters. In the name of Jesus Christ, says Iran, to tell all the people of the world we are fighting a criminal gang, the corrupt people of Epstein Island. We will not compromise. To rid the world of corruption and usury, Iran just decimated Israel with ballistic missiles dedicated to Jesus. Okay, there seems to be a propaganda video. Yep. Obligatory fuck Israel. It's always fuck Israel day. Fuck Israel every day, which way, forever, for all eternity. And if you want to be down with Israel, then fuck you too. Bitch. There's that post that was being reported. You see this? Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president. Look what he says here. He says, Heil. I don't even know if I should say it on YouTube because they're probably going to trip up the censors. But you see, he said that. And he was responding to this post that said, Colombia does not need more rhetoric. It needs order, authority, and economic freedom. How do none of you realize he's making fun of you? Lamau, this reply section is amazing. Everybody's like, oh, so true. I don't know. He's being ironical, but I don't really I don't get it. I need more context. Can somebody explain it to me? My brain hurts. The White House claims that the U.S. was not involved in the Israeli strikes against Iran. Of course, we know that that's not true. There's just no way. In Albania, people are holding up signs saying Epstein's friends are not welcome in Albania. Do you hear that, Ivanka Trump? Sneeko interviews an Israeli. Let's see how that goes down.
Sir, can I ask you where your father was born? My father was born in Palestine. Where's your grandfather? We don't want to mess up their thing. Let them. Sir, what do you have to say to the Palestinians in Gaza, sir? I done nothing. You have nothing?
I done nothing.
So what do you think we have to say when a rocket falls on Tel Aviv?
When a what?
When a rocket falls on Tel Aviv. What do you think we have to say?
We saw what happened.
How do you think the world
I have a quick
feels,
question
sir?
for you, to be honest. Hold on.
Boom.
You're saying that Israel
Boom.
war crimes and why we did October 7th. The reason why October 7th happened is because you guys are occupying land that doesn't belong to you, and you kill innocent children.
Did we occupy Gaza?
Yes.
Yes.
You occupy. Yes.
Sir, where is your father?
Yes.
Yes. Wait, hold on.
Yes. See, this is what they say. They love to say, well, before October 7th, we were not occupying Gaza. That's bullshit. They have been. And that, you know, I've done a whole thing about it. Obviously, we've gone through the arguments, but it's claimed by Israelis and Zionists alike that in 2005, Ariel Sharon ordered the withdrawal of the occupying army in Gaza. But really, it wasn't a withdrawal. They actually redeployed to the perimeter, as Norman Finkelstein puts it, or as Sarah Roy puts it as well, too, I think. They redeployed to the perimeter of the Gaza Strip, which is an enforcement of the occupation, an enforcement of the blockade, an enforcement of the siege that was implemented against the Gaza Strip. And, you know, we know that the status of occupation, expressed by international laws, codified by international laws, and concluded in resolutions as to this very question, is Gaza Strip occupied post-2005? And every relevant authority has determined yes, because occupation status, quote, hinges, occupation status, quote, hinges on exercising effective control. If you can control a piece of land without an army necessarily being physically in the land itself, you still have an occupation, because technology changes the way that an occupying force can exact control over a territory. And so in this age, in this nuclear age where we have microchips and satellites and GPS and all this technology, it is redundant to have an army physically inside of the Gaza Strip in order to control it. Does that make sense? So he's going to say we weren't occupying Gaza before October 7th, but that is completely false, and it was concluded upon by all the relevant institutions that, you know, concern occupation, concern international laws, concern humanitarian laws.
Yes,
Our
by
fathers
air,
are from
by air
Palestine.
and by sea. By air and by sea, do not allow any aid inside.
See, now he's explaining the logic of a blockade to him, because the guy doesn't understand.
No, sir, I know people from Gaza.
He gets tongue-tied with Palestinians. You can't spit the lies to Palestinians. We know what you did last summer. Sir, who has more right to that land, Palestinians or you? Okay, so then why are you guys bombing and murdering Palestinians, brother?
And why did you kick out the Palestinians
Both.
then? You kicked out the Palestinians in 1948, the Nakba, Clan Dallas.
Palestinians actually left on their own.
No, we didn't leave on our own, sir.
Well, we want to come
They
back.
left. We just left on our own. He says he puts words in the Palestinians' mouths. The refugees of the Nakba. He says they left willingly. Willingly under gunfire, motherfucker.
Can we come back?
And the Jews left on their own, the Holocaust.
Yeah, exactly. The Jews just went to Auschwitz on their own. They were like, let me get on this train right quick.
This is why October 7th.
Just for no reason whatsoever.
Okay, because in the war of 1948...
And you know what one of
when
them
the
did today?
Wait.
You know what one of them did today? He shot 6 Israelis, a Palestinian. Why did he do that? A citizen of Israel.
20% is because the United Nations and the international community put pressure because the Palestinians went to Nazareth and the Israelis could not kick them out because of international pressure. But if you read David Ben-Gurion...
Palestinians remained and stayed, and they became citizens. And
But they lost their land, though.
They didn't.
Yes.
The citizens of Israel, which are Arabs,
Yes.
are Palestinians.
Which they were there
have their
before
own
Israel.
land.
Yes.
They drive their own cars. They are doctors. They are integrated.
Let me talk, brother. Please let me talk. Brother, can the Palestinians from Lebanon and Syria come back?
Good question.
Good question.
Under certain terms.
See, bro, under certain terms, brother, we're going to send you away from Palestine. You know that, right? Brother,
And
we're
that's
going
the
to send you
terms.
out of Palestine.
That's going to be the terms. Yeah, he's like, under certain terms. Yeah, the certain terms are the extinction of the state of Israel.
Gaza is now
Bro, look.
rubble.
Oh, it's
what
rubble?
is happening to Lebanon right now.
And what's going to happen to you,
attack-
bro?
if you attack
You guys are going down the toilet, brother. Bro, Israel gets attacked every 10 minutes, bro. Israeli soldiers die every
If
10
you
minutes.
attack Israel. I'm surprised this guy.
You're trained. I don't know, brother, but thank you for entertaining us, sir. But I'm trying to get you right with God, brother. I'm trying to get you right with God before you.
You can't, buddy.
I can't. I can't.
You have to be true to yourself. And if you think Israel is the only one to blame, then you're lying to yourself.
Who said that? You're lying to yourself, brother. You're on a one-way ticket to hell, brother.
Here's me earlier today logging into Twitter and then seeing that Tel Aviv was trending. Although Tel Aviv isn't really trending because Tel Aviv's not really being hit. Let's just be clear, okay? There is no boom boom Tel Aviv. There's boom boom northern Israel because that is where the strikes have happened against Lebanon. Israel Katz. I forgot what his post is in the Israeli government. He's an Israeli official. I forgot his title. But to the Turkish interior minister, I just know whenever I see an Israeli official, you know they're talking about murder, death, threats. You know, they're conveying their own existential panicking. And they're making unveiled threats against their neighbors. So let's just see. Was I right? To the Turkish interior minister who dreams of administering Jerusalem and hurls threats, I say this. Jerusalem is not Constantinople, and the state of Israel is not a crumbling crusader empire. Sure thing. Please don't put in the papers that Israel is a crumbling crusader empire, please. It's like when the Donald says, I call the shots. Please don't put in the paper that I don't call the shots. Israel is a strong and resolute state that has proven its capacity to defend itself against any threat. Jerusalem has been the capital of the Jewish people for 3,000 years. I didn't realize the Jews needed a national capital. I didn't realize the Jews were a national ethnicity. I didn't know it was a national identity. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that. Thank you right back to you. These are unprecedented times. Anytime Israel faces, fucks around and finds out about it, I get real giddy. I get real excited. I have to log on and start talking about it. So that's why we're here. If you're just joining us, that's the reason for the stream tonight. Israel is getting touched, finally, as we had been predicting, through their own malfeasance, through their own treachery, their own actions, of course. They bombed Beirut earlier today. That was a red line for Iran. Iran has retaliated against Israel. And now Israel has bombed Iran, so it's escalating. We're climbing up the escalation ladder. Who's going to establish escalation dominance? My bet is on Iran once again. When have they ever failed to establish escalation dominance? They haven't. They've always established escalation dominance. I don't think that's going to change. Unfortunately, says Israel Katz, you have learned nothing from the legacy of Ataturk, who worked to transform Turkey into a modern state. On the contrary, you are working to drag Turkey back into a dark and backward era. Well, we know that Israel is planning on starting a war with Turkey as soon as they're done with Iran. They just won't stop, folks.
I'm telling you, the news cycle is quiet.
Okay, you want to hear my prediction right now? What's going to happen?
Here, what's up, bro? Appreciate you, man. Go ahead.
At some point in the next several weeks, Israel's going to bomb the shit out of Beirut, and then everything's just going to fall apart right after that.
Next few weeks?
Yeah.
They're gonna really do damage to Beirut?
No, I mean, I think it'll be like a couple days, and then it'll just all collapse.
Beirut?
No, bro, the peace.
What peace?
Whatever sort of peace there's been no.
Oh, with Iran?
Yes.
I'm telling you,
Well, it seems to have come true. Albania did it, guys. Albanians have crushed the Kushner Jewish land grab. I hope that's true. We don't know, but that's what this guy's saying. The project suspended indefinitely until further notice. Public pressure still works against these beasts. Let's see. It says source Politico. Let's see if that's accurate. Whoops. Politico article, Albania suspends land grab Kushner. Here, and then maybe this is the article. EU warns. Okay, what? Yeah, you can have my cookies. Okay. EU warns Albania over Kushner-linked project. Brussels is keeping a watchful eye on the political unrest in Albania. This doesn't really say. Not sure if this is the right article. See, this article has been updated. Okay, what's the update then? Let's see. Albania is not for sale. I can't find the article, unfortunately. Let's see. Maybe if I could. Is it Politico.com? Let's see here. I don't see the article anywhere. But I mean, a bit of good news. I hope that's true. We heard that they had frozen the assets that Jared Kushner was supposed to use to buy this island called Sazan off the coast of Albania. It's basically a Cold War bunker. That's what they don't tell you. It's got an intricate tunnel network. It's dug in, you know. It's like if you were a billionaire preparing for the apocalypse, and you wanted to hide from popular movements that are trying to unseat your power, you know, an island in the Mediterranean with a bunker seems like a pretty good idea, pretty good prospect. But I heard that it was suspended. Then I heard that they actually unsuspended it, and then it was. So I don't know. I'm not going to say that is definitively the truth, that is not going to happen, because I also heard that the Albanian president was like, I don't care if there's 500,000 people in the streets, we're selling this island. Pretty crazy. Let's see what Daniel Davis has to say.
Even related to what's happening. Nothing in there about, I told Netanyahu to do this, he didn't do it. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. Nothing like that at all. That's not encouraging. That's as I'll just put it. And then let me check a couple of other sources here, see if anything is new, if there's been any breaking information since I came on. Okay, nothing there. Let me check the Israeli press here, if you don't mind. Just give me just 1 second. Let's see. 2 minutes ago, No, apparently the Houthis have launched some strike, but didn't
All
hit
right.
anything. No,
Houthis are getting in the mix
casualties
now.
there. Sirens 12 minutes ago sounded in Tel Aviv, central issue,
Let's
after
fucking
missile
go,
fire
baby.
from the Houthis. Okay, so the Houthis
Tired
actually
of
did
this
try
shit.
to fire something back, but allegedly, up to this point at least, no response.
Thank you, chatters, for helping me achieve my goal. I appreciate that.
And let's see, one other thing, U.S. official, American military not involved in Israel strike. So that's so far all we're saying is, yeah, we didn't do this. We're not involved with it. Don't blame us. Okay, that may keep any missiles from coming to us, because apparently that is true. I heard that from another source that's well connected earlier than that. So that's probably accurate. But folks, that ain't going to solve this problem. Just sitting back and saying, ain't my fault, I didn't do anything, that ain't going to cut it. We need some decisive leadership right now. In the absence of any leadership, the absence of action is only going to spur the Israeli side on more, and this is going to continue on, and it's going to cause problems for everybody. Well, that's what we got for you tonight. That's the end.
All right, here.
And so, as Ryan correctly noted, in my experience working with Israelis, they are the most arrogant group of pricks that I have ever dealt with. They
hang out
know it
here
all
for a second.
And even when they do things that are, something as
Don't
simple
forget to
as
tap
how
that
to
notice button. I'll be right back.
carry a loaded pistol, they don't carry a loaded pistol because their training's so crappy. They're afraid that their guys are so undertrained they'll put their finger on the trigger and shoot themselves in the leg. So it's just one illustrative example. But now you remember the other thing that the IRGC said after that story that Pepe and I broke. The other thing the IRGC spokesman came out and said, if you continue attacking Beirut, we're going to get you, and we're going to close the strait, the Mandab, Bab el Mandab. We're going to close that. Gee, what happened about 30 minutes ago? Yemen launched a missile. Yemen's in the game now. They said, okay.
Yep. Didn't we just?
And I bet you that follows up with Bab el Mandab being closed.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's close that shit.
Totally agree. Anthony, do you want to add to that? Anything you want to add?
I concur entirely with Ryan, his first statement of predictable. This has been predictable almost to the letter. For anyone that's looking at this objectively and reasonably can see, well, this is the next organic step or escalation. This is how this is going to go. And then as Larry lined out, the latest that we're now seeing where Ansar Allah has allegedly, but most likely, fired into Israel, bringing them into this. And something that,
Right,
that
they
we talked
touched
about
Israel?
probably about 2 weeks ago, Solly, was that the for me, what would be an indicator and warning for me is if we see Ansar Allah being brought into this directly, not just doing their task, their supporting effort in Bab el-Mandab, but also getting involved directly in strikes against Israel, that would be a clear indicator for me that we've gone from limited war to restricted war into unlimited war. We're now at that level. This is a new war. This is not your grandpa's Operation Epic Fury. This is a new war. And where this brings us now into a whole nother level of escalation of what we can see each escalation bring, especially when we talk about what Ansar Allah can do to Bab el-Mandab and the impact of that globally. But then the levers and the pressure from Hezbollah, potentially, if I was raising up the resistance and saying, come on, boys, we're all in, I'd get Hamas geared up to start punishing Israel from inside the fifth column or the interior alliance. I think that's coming, especially since we've seen now that Israel has restricted all 100% any aid going into Israel, or excuse me, into Gaza. What option? I mean, it's time to fight or die. So raising the 3 H's of the resistance, that's happening. We're seeing it. And all of this in the totality, as Ryan said, predictable. And that's the most frustrating part. It's predictable. So for Donald Trump, was it predictable? I don't know. But for those around him, maybe not Pete Hegseth, but for some of the others around him that saw this as predictable, then why did we drive down down the road?
Are you being sarcastic, Saeed? I need to know.
To Abilene in this broken down bus.
I never take you at your face value. What your comment says, it's always the opposite. So
knowing where we're going, and do it anyway? That's the question that I'd like to know. I think we all know why.
Just to give you some news, the launch from Iran did not happen. That was false news. So just to be clear on that, just to rectify that, guys, if you listen on the YouTube, make sure you like
Well,
the
what
video.
would
Let's
you
get as
like
many
to
people
watch,
in here as
Saeed?
possible. Donald Trump has tweeted.
What about the launch from Yemen?
The one in Yemen was real. The one from
Okay,
Iran wasn't.
okay.
Yeah. So Donald Trump has tweeted, and apparently
Oh
he's
my
not even
God,
talked
Donald
about
Trump
the war. He's
tweeted?
not even talked about any of these attacks. He's talked about, has anybody watched the crooked elections going on in California? 2 great Republican candidates are being cheated, and so is America. Which, if the Democrats are able
hilarious.
to fulfill their
If there
mission,
was anyone cheated,
great
it's the Green
trouble
Party.
and consternation will follow. Watch this election closely, President Donald J. Trump. So he's ignoring what's going on, Ryan.
I like Democrats. That's, she's pretty good on that. Just a second, Stella. You ever had one of these?
Why would you do that, Ryan?
I'm just saying, I just don't think I can. I don't think I can drink them all by myself.
just for the audience, basically, when I went to Japan to meet, me and Ryan hung out, I was addicted on them, and obviously you can only get them in Japan.
Oh man, just reach through and get one.
What are they?
It's called the glory of heaven that Ahmed cannot have. It's just awesome. It's like health. It tastes like an energy drink, but it's healthy because it's Asia. They're really good. So good.
It's sterile and he likes the taste.
Yeah, what's going on is
all right. I don't want to listen to about beer. I don't drink beer. I don't care. Right? Max Blumenthal says it will soon become clear that when Israel chose to attack Dahaya yesterday, it was not only working to shatter negotiations between Trump and Iran, it was also consciously instigating an escalation that would inevitably place U.S. regional bases under Iranian fire. What an ally. Oh, look, we do have sirens in Tel Aviv, so maybe we are going to get our boom, boom Tel Aviv moment. This is one of my favorite pastimes, is to go on YouTube and go Tel Aviv skyline. Looks like Nima's live too. Let's see what it's looking like there. All right, downtown Tel Aviv. We must have missed the sirens. No sirens at the moment. Yeah, you know what's funny about Ryan Dawson is he said that having a beard is gay, and he says that with his bleach blonde hair. Excuse me, Ryan. I take offense. Go back and the camera will pan down. You think? Would I have to back it up a little bit? Because that's a live shot. Oh, you mean go back and it, yeah. This says that it's live, but I can't even go back all that long. Seems like I can only go back 10 minutes. Come on. Get him. Get him. Let's see. This is Tel Aviv skyline. Is Israel was streamed 6 hours ago. Come on, I need to inject this shit into my veins. I need it. I need this. View of skyline after Israeli military detects missiles launched from Iran. Yeah, I don't see shit. There's nothing. There's nothing going on. Right now, let's go back to Al Jazeera. Maybe we can get some updates about Tel Aviv.
Lebanon. The aggressors received their response. This response is a warning for them to cease their villainy. Every new action will be met with a more crushing response and heavier costs. Iran's attack comes after Israeli attacks in the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut. 2 people were killed and 20 others were injured. Israel's defense minister says the strikes were in response to Hezbollah firing into Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump had previously told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that attacking Beirut was not acceptable. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim has more from the Lebanese capital.
That's a good question.
I'm here at the scene of the attack in Beirut, southern.
We'll check on that, Lolo. I don't know if they have a Haifa. I mean, they might. They probably do.
Was targeted by Israeli airstrikes. Couple of floors.
Do we know for sure that Haifa got hit, though?
More than 11 people injured, and this is, if we are going to take it into a wider context, it's the first attack since a week, and it comes
breaking
also
unconfirmed reports of 2 explosions in Saudi Arabia.
So this is the main issue here. Hezbollah warned Israel of attacking the southern suburb. Iran warned Israel of attacking the southern suburb, and now we're seeing Israel attacking the southern suburb. This is a turning point. It's a turning point for a war that did not cease despite the announcements. What we are actually witnessing currently is a moment where many people here are taking into consideration that the way the war was going on in the past might return. The war ceased from killing people here in Beirut and Beirut's southern suburb. Many people felt over the past days a bit assured that the war is not going to touch their lives and affect their lives. But at the end, as we are seeing right now, this is a new attack, and no one knows what's going to be next. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Beirut's southern suburb.
Nagar Mortazavi is a senior fellow with the Center for International Policy, and she joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Thanks very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera for this. We really appreciate it. Iran has been warning against attacks in Lebanon for some time now, saying that this is a red line in the negotiations and that its deal with the U.S. requires a cessation on the Lebanese front in this war. Why the strikes today?
Thank you for having me. Absolutely. I mean, this is something that Iran sees as a comprehensive peace deal to end the aggression from Iran and its allies versus U.S. and its allies, which very much includes Israel. And I think the Iranians had been tolerating attacks in southern Lebanon to some extent in the past weeks, but also warning that they're not going to, this is not going to.
Looks really gassy, I know. Let's get a update from our the most based Scottish man I've ever met.
Well, Qatar has closed its airspace. The Iranians have told everyone to look at the skies over the Holy Land this evening, and Israel is preparing for an Iranian assault, and not just an Iranian one, but a combined assault involving other, maybe all of the other members of the Axis of Resistance. They reached the end of their tether. The weeks and weeks and months of massacre in the south of Lebanon stretched into the breach of the north of the country beyond the Litani River. And Donald Trump said that he had forbidden Israel to bomb the capital city.
Mom, I'm out of Pellegrino. I need a new Pellegrino, Mom.
Beirut, but today Israel broke that undertaking, if indeed undertaking there ever was. Who can tell with the moonshine that Donald Trump feeds us on an hourly basis, about which more in a minute. But the bombing of Beirut is a direct breach of the ceasefire terms, and Iran will answer it this very evening. They've given plenty of warning. They've told everyone in the north of Palestine and in Tel Aviv to head for the shelters, to stay near the shelters. So they're not seeking to inflict civilian casualties on the Israeli people, not a consideration that Israel ever makes when it comes to the intensive bombardment. murderous bombardment on a day and daily basis in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank, and now in Beirut, as well as the south of Lebanon. So it seems real. It seems the war is on again. The Americans and the Iranians have been trading blows for days over the islands in the Straits of Hormuz.
Is that a Norman Bateman joke, or is it Norman Bates? I get Patrick Bateman and Norman Bates confused, even though they're both psychos.
Iran. Radar installations in both countries have been, well, rather in Iran and in the countries of America's close allies in the Gulf, have been severely damaged, even destroyed. Kuwait is taking a terrible pounding, as is the United Arab Emirates, who don't appear to have changed their political line when they had the opportunity to do so.
Don't shame his kink.
So, the truth is, this war could ignite full scale at any minute, maybe
I mean, let's
evening.
go. Let's stop with the
After all,
threats.
What will
Let's
be the
close the
political
Bab el
pressure on
Mandab.
Donald Trump if, as I'm predicting, there's an intensive Iranian attack on Israel this evening? Will it be enough for Donald Trump to call for calm, or will Donald Trump reach for
It feels so much
his
like Russia, China, Iran are just trying to manage America destroying itself. They want it to happen in a controlled environment where they can manage it so that it doesn't escalate too far.
Gun, or rather somebody else's gun. He doesn't know how to operate a gun. I speak as a man that can strip and reassemble a self-loading rifle in the dark with a
Well,
blank.
excuse me. I didn't realize who I was talking to, George Galloway. I knew you had the top hat of a Scottish gangster from the 1920s, but now I know you actually have the skills as well.
Fold on. That's me, but Donald Trump has never heard gunfire in his life.
That's
Turns
because
out
he hurt his knees when he was young. He has bone spurs.
that his grandfather left Germany to avoid the draft from the Prussian army. And Baron is too tall to join up. So it's in their genes, if you know what I mean. But he will use your
I know what
son.
else is in his genes. A lot of dookie, because we saw him in the Oval Office not avoiding any draft, if you get what I'm saying.
He will use your daughter to fire guns any and all places in the world. He's now claiming that he never promised no new wars, even though approximately 1,123 times
Is there an
he
actual
promised.
story behind this? Does Mike Pence call his wife mother? Wow. Yes. In fact, I thought you were joking. How did I not know this? Apparently, yes, this is a widely reported but unverified claim. The rumor stems from a 2017 profile in Rolling Stone which alleged that Pence was overheard referring to his wife Karen as mother during a 2013 dinner. Mother, are you there? I love you. While the nickname has been frequently discussed in media and by political commentators, Pence's aides have pushed back, with former press secretary Alyssa Farah calling the rumor a myth. It's a myther about mother, and others stating that there is no actual video or audio of it ever happening. I love how there's actual literal articles from The Hill saying, does Pence really call his wife mother? Okay, well, you know, you don't believe something until it's officially denied. Then you'll know it's true. So the fact that there is official denial from Mike Pence's team that he does not call his wife mother, okay, that lets you know that he definitely calls his wife mother. All right. So, yeah. Oh, wait, let's go back to George Galloway.
No new wars in the presidential election campaign. But in a short-lived interview with NBC last evening, which ended with him walking out and crushing NBC underfoot, not the reporter, but the microphone that he ripped off his...
That's so crazy. You know what's ironic about that is that I call your mother my wife. Complete reversal.
Jacket. He claimed that he never said that. He claimed all he meant was that he didn't like endless wars. Well, if you believe that, I've got a bridge I can sell you in London going cheap, cheap, cheap. So it may be that a full-scale war is underway. It certainly will be the case.
You have a bridge in... I want the fucking bridge in London for cheap, cheap, cheap.
That the stock markets will respond, the oil price will respond tomorrow. So I hope you got your purchase of oil in at the right price. You can be sure that Donald and Barron and all the other Trump acolytes certainly did. The market volatility is only, of course, of great interest to those with
The
skin in that
market
game.
volatility.
I don't, but I do have skin in the game of the devastation of the European and the Asian economies, from Indonesia all the way to Germany. I have skin in that game. The working class in all countries are a matter of great importance to me, and they are
16 more times plus 11 months. Or maybe it's down to 10 months now. So we're chipping away, Saeed.
Suffering.
Only a few more mom jokes left at your expense.
What may very well become a 1930s style collapse, depression, and maybe worse than the 1930s. The soup kitchens, the tent cities, the mass unemployment lines of millions and millions of people, the collapse in the value of currencies all around the world. It's all beginning to happen. And if this war, which begins again tonight, as I keep saying, actually catches fire into an all-out conflagration again, then Iran has made clear that nothing will be left standing. There will be a tit for tat. If America and Israel destroy the electricity supply in Iran,
Iran's
the
Revolutionary Guard
electricity...
also confirms the airstrikes. Iranian media is reporting that several explosions have been heard in the capital Tehran, as well as in Tabriz and in Isfahan. It comes after a wave of Iranian missiles fired towards Israel late on Sunday. Sirens sounded across the country and projectiles were seen over northern Israel. The military says that it has intercepted all the missiles launched so far. In another development in the past few minutes, the army says a missile has been launched towards Israel from Yemen.
Yes!
Osama bin Javed reports on how all of these events unfolded.
Another missile launched. Yay!
Tehran says it fired missiles
Yes!
towards northern Israel as an act of self-defense. After months of calm, much of Israel went back into crisis mode. Iran's justification for its attack: Israeli airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs, seen as a breach of a tenuous ceasefire. The Iranians say these were warning shots.
Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows.
The Israeli military says it intercepted multiple volleys of incoming fire from Iran.
The Iranian terrorist regime made a grave mistake when it once again chose terrorism. The regime is trying to create a new equation by carrying out a direct attack against us in response to IDF strikes in Dahieh. We will not allow this. We attacked Dahieh following Hezbollah's unceasing fire towards the communities of the north. The IDF will continue to operate throughout Lebanon and will deepen the damage to the Hezbollah terrorist organization.
They
The
lie
Iranians
as they
called
breathe.
the Pakistani mediators and also Qatari, Egyptian, Turkish, British and French ministers. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told them about Israel's ceasefire violations and why Iran responded militarily. And Iran has once again threatened to target US military bases in its neighborhood if the ceasefire breaks down. The Middle East is still reeling from a conflict that has put a stranglehold on a crucial supply line for the world's energy needs. The US president, who along with Israel decided to go to war with Iran in February, is still saying that a ceasefire deal is within reach. He wants the Israelis and the Iranians to not derail the chances of peace. That is despite the latest escalation. And unless that optimism shared by the US president soon solidifies into a deal, one of these, quote, self-defense strikes could potentially reignite the war. Sama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
There's been a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of the Philippines. Authorities say that initial reports suggest at least one person has been killed. The president has told people in the southern coast to head to higher ground. Several buildings have collapsed, and there are also reports of waves up to 1 meter high along parts of the coast. Al Jazeera's Barnaby Lowe joins us now live from Manila. Barnaby, this is clearly quite a strong earthquake. What do we know at this point about the extent of that damage and any more possible casualties?
Yeah, Riley, so it's been a few hours now since the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that struck the southwestern Mindanao region in the southern Philippines, and we are indeed beginning to see the extent of the damage. The epicenter was in Sarangani province, but it appears that most of the damage is in General Santos City, which is one of the most populated and highly urbanized areas in the region. The intensity that was felt there was 7. That's out of a scale of 10. Intensity is the measure of the shaking at a certain location, while magnitude is the power of the earthquake from the origin. So 7 is a very strong earthquake, very damaging. And
there's a photo
we are
of the
now
Iranian
seeing how
salvo.
damaging it was. Videos that are emerging on social media. One of the first videos is of a building that housed a fast food restaurant and radio station, and we can see in the video the building collapsing during the earthquake. Now, we are assuming that there were at least workers inside the building, given that the fast food restaurant is open 24/7, and indeed there are unconfirmed reports that there are people trapped in the rubble. Now, we are also seeing photos of
here's footage. Nobody cares about your earthquake. No, I'm just kidding. We do care about the earthquake in the Philippines. It's not the major story right now that we're talking about, of course. Oh, let's see what there's
infrastructure. If you focus on the soldiers, you can see this in Ukraine. Mainly, it's been focused on wiping out the soldiers in the tree lines and taking out the personnel. And that's really the only way to win that war up there, because they have endless amounts of money and guns and things from NATO.
June 7th.
So even if you destroyed all the factories,
that's
they
crazy,
don't build
dude.
it anyway. They're getting it.
That's crazy. June 7th, 2026. When was the 12-day war? It didn't start. It started June 13th last year. So here we are a year later. And we're still going at it.
Supply everywhere in 50-degree heat in the Persian Gulf will be knocked out. There will be no air conditioning. There will be no refrigeration. There will be no electronics of any kind. It will all be wiped out instantly if the electricity in Iran goes out. If the desalination plants in Iran are hit, the desalination plants in the surrounding countries, which are totally dependent, other than the sparkling water devotees in the 7-star hotels, there will be no water for anybody else that will be potable, that will be drinkable. Thus, a mass movement of people will begin, probably coming to a country near yours. The cost of this war has already been cataclysmic. From the first day, it has been cataclysmic. And the most innocent civilians have paid the highest price. From the little schoolgirls in Manab to the children of the current supreme leader of Iran, the wife of the current supreme leader, the children of the supreme leader. Why am I laboring that point? Because Donald Trump said this week that he would be honored to meet the new supreme leader of Iran. Remember when regime change was in the air. Now Trump
Unconditional
would be
surrender.
honored to meet the man he
Now
called
he wants to meet the guy.
gay Ayatollah, the man
The
he
legless
claimed
gay
was
Ayatollah.
dead, the man he still claims is
Who he called
hideously
fucking
disfigured
crazy.
and severely injured. But, says Trump, there's a bit of bravery there that I can respect. We probably will meet, he says, whilst in the same breath he is promising existential destruction for the Islamic Republic of Iran and for its ancient 6,000-year history and civilization. This man has lost his mind. This man has lost his mind if he thinks that a man he called the gay Ayatollah murdered his father, murdered his wife, murdered his children, is going to honor him with a personal meeting. This man has lost his mind. He said today that the Iranians, if not for him, would have blown up half the world. They would have blown up half the world. Must be pretty powerful, these Iranians. Better not mess with them, Donald, if they're capable of blowing up half the world. He said they're crazy people, but I get along well with them. I like them, he said, not knowing what that says about his own character. They're crazy people. They would blow up half the world.
Yeah,
but I get along well with them.
They've already
I
said they don't meet
like
with
them.
pedos.
Well, they don't like you, Donald.
We don't negotiate with pedophiles.
Sure that the Iranians are ready to fight you to the last Iranian man and woman. Be sure that they, if they were to go down, would go down with all guns blazing and would feel honored so to do. So, as a lifelong opponent of US wars, as a lifelong opponent of the hegemony, the US empire, I'm almost tempted to ask you, Donald, to get it on. I'm almost tempted to ask you to send in the
I agree,
Marines,
Saeed. It's
to
so
send
weird.
in the airborne. I'm
Why would they
almost
do
tempted
that?
to ask you to get it
I have
on,
not,
on
Cowboy
the
Beef. If you have a
streets
link
of
for me,
Iran.
send it
Then
in the
you'll find
Discord,
out
please.
that
Thank
the
you.
Iranian army is not finished. It hasn't even started. Then you'll find that the Iranian air forces don't have 21 or 22%, how strangely specific, of their air power still intact. They have more air power now on the 100th day than they did on the first day that you began this conflict with that sneak attack, as perfidious as the attack on Pearl Harbor. In fact, more, because at least Hirohito wasn't in the middle of negotiations with Roosevelt.
And Hirohito was being sanctioned. Japan was being sanctioned by the United States.
When he launched his sneak attack in a day of infamy. You will never live it down. You can insult
Iran was not sanctioning the United States.
all the NBC
In fact, the United States was and still is sanctioning Iran.
news reporters that you like. You can crush every microphone that they put on your lapel as much as you like, but you will never live down.
And thank
that
you, Obi-Wan, for supporting this stream. Everybody clap for our moderators. They do a wonderful job here. They're the unsung heroes of the stream, and we appreciate them so very, very much.
Have gotten the United States involved in a 100-day war that you said would be over in a couple of days. A war which you said when running for office you would never start. A war which you accused Barack Obama of being on the brink of launching because he was a cornered rat. But the cornered rat is you. All of this.
Why the fuck did someone DM you that said Rathbone is the Samson of political commentary? Let's hope he didn't trim his pubes today. Oh, I think because it's the hair. It's a hair joke, probably, because Samson derives all of his power from his hair, much like myself. That's why you'll never see me bald, because I would never present myself to you there. I'd be very, very weak. This is where I get all my power.
Is because you were cornered by the Epstein files, which will come out either now or later, either when you have shuffled off your mortal coil or not. But the Trumps, the family, Trump, the crime family, will never live down and will never have a moment's peace in this life after you have left office, which may be sooner than you think. Because given the sea of catastrophic troubles that you are going into the midterm elections in November, just a few months from now, given that sea of troubles, it's distinctly possible that your opponents, who are as despicable as you are,
he loves Shakespeare, doesn't he?
Both houses of Congress.
He's always dog whistling Shakespeare in his monologues.
Not just impeach you, probably weekly.
We get it, George Galloway. You are a master of the English language. You're an intellectual. You're very smart. You're smarter than us.
Have the votes eventually to remove you physically from office, at which point, I promise you, no immunity.
Because you know why we're listening to this weirdo, as you characterize him? Because you're not speaking. That's why. Because you don't have your own talk show. Otherwise, we would not listen to him. We'd listen to you. But George Galloway's the man. He's doing it. All right? You find me more sober analysis from an angry, fiery Scotsman in a funny 1920s gangster top hat. You can't do it. You wouldn't be able to find one, okay? He's one of a kind.
Are going to protect the organized crime family of the Trumps. But let me move on. Closer to home. The ultimate establishment newspaper is the Daily Telegraph, which reports this evening that the entire fleet of UK submarines is now out of action. At the same time, simultaneously, many of them damaged, many of them in for routine repair. So take that, Putin. We better hope that you were lying when you said Putin was ready to invade us. Because if he was ready to invade us, this would be the night to do it.
I'm just as bad as Zionists, guys. This commenter thinks I'm just as bad as Zionists. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Man, I'm gonna have to do a lot of self-reflection. Just on a different team, right? Yeah, it's just like the people that are pro-occupation and the people that are pro-resistant. It's all the same thing. You're advocating for the same thing. You're just on a different team. That's it. That makes a lot of sense. You sound wildly intelligent. Wow. Why didn't I ever think of that? You know what? You're right. Maybe I shouldn't join the team of the resistance. I'll just sit on the sideline and hope everything works out well. No need to advocate for the subordinate aspect in this contradiction, right? No need to speak up for the oppressed. Why? It's just batting for the same cause, just on a different team, right? That is so brilliant. Wow. I just wonder if you've tried crying about it. I don't know.
When I was the Member of Parliament for a warship yard called Yarrows on the River Clyde, we used to campaign for a 27
Look, this guy is stroking out that he's finally got the attention that he sought. He can't even type. He's foaming at the mouth. His little thumbs are quivering. They're going so fast. Look at him. Look at all these grammatical mistakes on the comment. You're focal of it. You Dior didn't say word one to defend Gaza in 2023. You're an idiot. I've had a social media account that went viral with hundreds of thousands of followers before October 7th, in which I was advocating for Palestine and raising awareness for the crimes of the Israeli state. You're just ignorant, that's all. You don't even really know what you're talking about. I was already a political agitator before October 7th, and I was already speaking about Israel before October 7th, so go off, loser. Oh, you're just jumping on the bandwagon because it's so profitable to stand up for the poor Palestinians, right? I'm just grifting. I didn't even know what was going on before I joined. You're an idiot. That just shows you that you're just speaking out of your arsehole. And again, since you know me so well, you know everything that I've done, right? In terms of advocacy on important political issues for years now. I think you should cry harder, in fact.
Surface fleet. Do you know what we've got now? 7 surface ships. And the submarines that are all out of action. Rule Britannia. Britannia ruling the waves. You can wave goodbye to all of your pretenses to be a military power any more significant than Curaçao. You are nothing militarily, and yet you swagger around, running off at the mouth in the foulest possible terms, threatening nuclear, hypersonic superpowers, calling them every name under the sun, and sending our special forces into the theater
That's true,
of
Ronnie.
battle.
I've been banned so many times at this point. Dozens of times.
To kill Russians. Ballot comes in a minute. The killing of bus travelers in Donetsk, following on the murder of 21 kids, students in their bed in their dormitory, is your responsibility, Keir Starmer, and the warmongering, foul-mouthed British government, which couldn't muster enough material to punch its way out of a paper bag, but which threatens people with enormous military prowess on a day and daily basis. And to stop people like me exposing this delusion in which you seek to stun and confuse.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to Al Jazeera back. We're just ping-ponging around, trying to get the latest in all this.
Russia 2018.
You saw that the Iranians are on their way to the World Cup in Mexico, and the Americans are so petty. They're not even being. I don't even know how this works out, but they're traveling to Mexico, but apparently the United States has deemed the Iranians as like persona non grata, and they can't have a hotel stay. Like they can't sleep. They have to go fly into Mexico, play their game, and immediately leave. Because America said so. Not that the Iranians, maybe I'm putting words in their mouth because they probably want to get the fuck out of there as quickly as possible anyway. And I don't blame them. I really don't. Breaking, Israel says Tehran will burn. It will pay heavy price for rejecting the U.S. demands. I don't know. Do you guys believe it? Iran releases footage of missiles. We saw that already. So I guess the latest development is that the Houthis have gotten into the mix. They're firing at Israel too. I don't know how successful that's been, but that is what
the underwater drones and the mini subs. So, I mean, it's really sort of a foolish mission. And the United States paid a big price the other day when Iran said, okay, when they went after the former Fifth Fleet headquarters and took out this big target, that I don't think anybody, I think a lot of the people at the Pentagon were not just read into the program and didn't realize what was potentially at risk. And now all of a sudden that it's gone, they got a big problem.
And you mentioned, Larry, that
they can't see what's coming.
Yeah.
But what they can know is either Russia or China or both has been sharing intelligence to know where these things are and where they're vulnerable. But it's funny, they know where the U.S.'s critical points are. They know where that is. But General Jafar's Mosaic defense is it works. They are perfectly using geography. They are doing exactly what they need to do. You can tell they prepared. They went over all the scenarios. They're paying attention to the Red Hat war games, but the U.S. isn't. And what's baffling is they conducted them.
Yep.
We did war game this out and lost. And for those that don't know, like what Red Hat means, like,
Yes, this is live, Lolo.
We had all that data, and it did it anyway, because Trump has surrounded himself with yes men. It's like when he walked off an interview today or yesterday, depending on your time zone. He just, we're done. You're fake news. He cannot handle bad news or anything that goes against his worldview. You have to kiss up to him, or you get removed. So you're in a situation, and you had this problem in Vietnam too. You couldn't get accurate information. Well, the truth matters. Ignorance isn't bliss. If you don't know what's going on, you can't adapt and adjust to mistakes. So they keep making the same mistakes because that information isn't getting up there. Bush to Lester had this problem with the Office of Special Plans.
I don't know. I don't know what my hair is doing. Honestly, it looks like a mess, and I'm sorry about that. I think it has to do with my headphones. It pushed my hair out. I'm sorry. This is just how I look. Okay.
Not only cherry picking, but fabricating information and giving it to them, and none of it was true.
No, clever Trevs. This is not live. You're watching a pre-recorded tape. I'm not here actually right now. I was recording this last Thursday. This is not live.
At that time, the U.S. was just so much bigger than Iraq. You could make every mistake and still win. But, then
look,
they had
I didn't mean to offend your balding ass, okay, Saeed? I really wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry that I did that. Please forgive me.
And they lost about 6,000 soldiers and more to suicide. They didn't gain anything. It was so stupid. But this is Trump. He's a narcissist. He's got something wrong with him, dementia or whatever it is. He was always stupid, so it's kind of hard to tell. But there's something wrong with him. And then he's got his liquor cabinet. Your cross-eyed goof and Patel, and you've got Pete Hegseth, who thinks that it's the end times and stuff. He's not getting. Tulsi's retiring. Joe Kent already left. Like, everybody with the brain is leaving because they're not being listened to. So this is part of the problem. Like, he watches the Mark Levine show for information. Okay, like, this is how bad it gets.
Exactly. This stream is a rerun, but the chat is live. Thank you for clearing that up, Anti-Imperialist Party.
The idea of blockading the blockade from Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer. Okay, that's why I call it Epstein fury.
Saeed, I'm not sure how to put this, but the Israelis will find you. Okay, that's their next target is Turkey.
It's all these people. Of all the things that never happened, that never happened the most. I think he gets confused. Maybe he talked to the Lebanese government and he thinks it's the same thing because he is that ignorant. But that's, look at his cabinet. I challenge you. Tell me a smart person. I mean, I guess in health, you have RFK Jr.
Want to go that far? But
he's not dumb.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's few and far between. But P.S. By the way, I'll break this on your show. I'm doing a film about his father. I decided to make a Kennedy film on Robert Kennedy first before I do the JFK.
Awesome. Looking forward to
Larry
that.
and I actually talked about it last year. Went over the whole thing.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait for these files to be released. Like, that information's out there. Same thing with Epstein. Same
Larry
thing
is
with JFK.
so soused right now.
They're waiting for the government to tell on itself, and that's not going to happen. But there are a lot of researchers. Like, we can explain
He's on his fifth
both
cigar.
Kennedy assassinations. We can explain a huge chunk of Epstein too. It's just like the censorship is what's killing it. That's what it is.
No doubt, Ryan. Anthony, I just got a question for you, which is when you look at specifically what Larry mentioned, what Ryan mentioned, the targeting on the Strait of Hormuz, you had an interesting theory about how this targeting was likely to
No, Mother did not fetch my Pellegrino, in fact. Mom!
Area. Not that they're going to do something, but potentially it gives them the options later, if you want to elaborate on that.
Well, and I also sincerely hope that after Donald Trump talks to Yitzhak Rabin this weekend, that the peace deal with Hezbollah so they can leave Italy will all come together. You're right. He is an idiot. He doesn't know who is who. I think he talks to dead people. In the straight up Hormuz with the softening of certain targets, I think that when you look at
guys,
the
I know the war's back on, but the Dow is doing. It's at an all-time high.
And split between the first and the second, between Jask, Sarik Island, and Kashem. It doesn't blind them. It doesn't take away their capability.
I get the joke now. Yes, people famously take trips to Turkey to get the hair transplant. So that's why Saeed wants to go to Turkey. He's tired of it. He's tired of your jokes. He's gonna have hair.
It provides
Soon.
windows of opportunity that I think
We believe in you,
when we
Saeed.
see followed up with when the USS Peralta went into the strait. That would be a reconnaissance by fire, except you don't shoot. And you
Can
see if they
someone
shoot at
check
you.
on the
So,
Dow, please?
Remember the Band of Brothers scene?
Please think of
First
the
Sergeant
Dow.
Lipton goes out and says, "Lefty, cover me. Find out where the sniper is." And he just runs out there to see where the sniper's going to shoot, and then Lefty takes him out. Same type of deal. You send the ship in there. Where are they going to shoot from? You build your target array based on where they are. Can they move them? They can. But you get an idea of at least where they're operating within, what they're using. Take a few shots. Hopefully you don't get killed. Come on back. We'll assess.
Curly, huh?
So once they got that picture of Hashem Island, what we see is, we kind of talked about this a few days ago, the specific things they hit on Hashem Island in terms of communications and radar were the telecommunications, because I think what Iran has now learned from their
There's nothing wrong with curls, Saeed. I don't know what you're trying to say, okay? But
coastal defense system is don't talk on UHF, VHF, or SATCOM, because the U.S. is trying to listen to that. So the U.S. was then trying to figure out, well, then what are they talking on? Because we know they're talking, but we're not hitting that frequency. We're not picking anything up on the AM/FM, so to speak. Oh, they're talking on that. Oh, they have a telecommunications platform there with a radar there that communicates through alternate means. We got to take that out. So I think that was an attempt to do that.
I just want to know why y'all wasting my boy
provide
Larry Johnson's
blind
time
spots
here.
and windows of opportunity.
He's
I
tired of
think
your
that
shit.
the U.S. Navy Central and the components of the Fifth Fleet south of the Strait
take
in
a look at
Oman
this.
We're seeing over
still have
northern
something up-
Israel.
We love
The
missile
military
porn.
says that it intercepted all of the missiles launched so far.
Yeah, right.
Shortly after Iran launched those missiles, the spokesman of Iran's Central Command gave a video statement. Ibrahim Zolfagari said that the U.S. had given Israel the green light to attack Beirut, and it warned of more attacks if Israel continued to strike Lebanon.
You know, I knew that joke was there for the taking, but I decided not to go there out of respect to you, Saeed, and the other people in this chat who looked upon me to be a mature voice and to, have a veneer of professionality in what I do here, okay? So I wasn't going to joke about your pubes being short and curly. But now that you've taken it there, you've called me out, you've made this aggressive comment shaming me for not capitalizing on that joke, and shame on you, okay? You go low, I go machayim.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire, the aggressive Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows. In such a case, devastating operations will be launched against the regime and its supporters.
We
We have a number of correspondents standing by to help us understand what's
missed you, based Giga Chad, IRGC spokesperson.
happening at this hour. Zaina Hodor is standing by in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Manuel Rapallo is in Washington, D.C. But first, let's go to Mohammed Val, who joins us once again from Tehran. So, Mohammed, it's very difficult to get a picture right now of what exactly was struck and what's happening on the ground. But surely there's concerns in Iran from people that this is going to be something that continues, that this might be an escalation.
Absolutely, Riley. That's what they are anticipating here. A lot of anticipation, a lot of suspense regarding what happens next. Because, I mean, it's either going to be a one-off on both sides, or it's going to be a vicious cycle. One of these two, or maybe a continuation of the same for days. And in any respect, this is an escalation, and it's easier started than finished. We know that the Americans, according to what they say, have been trying to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister to refrain from continuing those strikes or from even responding to the Iranian escalation overnight. But that seems to have been ignored in Tel Aviv. We have seen these strikes. We don't know the details and the level of impact they have caused, because if they have really caused some pain here in Iran regarding the facilities that have been probably destroyed, or maybe even involving probably assassinations, then there is no expectation or likelihood that Iran will sit still and not respond. And if it responds, apparently Israel will also respond again, as I said, and that means things are going out of control. We don't have clarity, as I said, about the level of damage. This is something that's
like the reason that I converted to Judaism, Carrie. I did it for the tax benefits.
Revealed or not, depending on the sensitivity of the objectives or the targets, I mean, and that's going to be probably a matter of hours or days, we don't know. But we are expecting some political statements during the day, and also maybe more statements from the military and the IRGC regarding what they intend to do next. As I said before, this has apparently escalated also in terms of what red lines Iran has set for the Israelis in Lebanon. Over the last several weeks, they've been talking about the need for Israel to stop its campaign in Lebanon for as a condition for a ceasefire to be signed. But now they are talking about that again as something that is a red line, and that is something that Iran cannot tolerate any longer, not just southern Beirut. If you look at the statement overnight by the IRGC, you see that it is not just southern Beirut that has been mentioned. One of the paragraphs in that statement says, in response to the widespread crimes of the...
Speaking of Saeed's hair transplant, this is how I envision Saeed getting his hair, his precious short and curly hair that he wants on the top of his head.
No, I want LeBron. LeBron James. Yeah, but we don't have nothing here. We'll find it. Oh, I love it, Mo. You're a magician. You like it? It's amazing. I look just like it. £80 for you. 80? Yeah. It's 500, Mo. No, Mo. No, I want LeBron. LeBron James.
Yeah, it's well done. Couldn't even tell the difference, really.
Probably they have realized that if they don't do something now, this escalation in Lebanon will continue, and the Israelis will continue to occupy.
Saeed, you insult my mother 27 to 28 more times, and I am going to get really upset, and I'm going to write you a harshly worded letter via email and ask you to stop, please. You say my mom is like a Hezbollah drone, cheap, but when she blows, job well done. That's really, it's really fucking, it's not funny, man. It's really not cool, dude. Like, why? Why would you say something like that? Can everybody just, can we get a crowd boo? Can we boo Saeed? That was really rude. Thank you. I have to defend her honor. Yeah, I guess, okay, I guess we can call it even. Sure, I guess so. For now. Let's have a truce. Here, let's shake on it.
More land, and also to make good.
I spit in my hand because I just converted to Judaism. That's how we do it.
And their threat to go all the way to Beirut. So it's just a matter of deciding on the part of the Iranians that enough is enough, and that now they have to act to stop what's going on in Lebanon.
Okay, Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live for us in Tehran.
Don't they also, like at Jewish weddings, don't they wrap a glass, like a champagne glass, in like a napkin, and then they step on it, and then they say Machayim or something like that, right? Isn't that a Jewish tradition?
Thank you.
Yeah, my hand is Christian. That's why. Yes, exactly. Only my head was converted to Judaism.
Explosions have also been heard in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. For more on this, we're going to go to Zaina Hodor. She is live in the Lebanese capital. Zaina, do we have any idea what those were or what the impact was overnight in Beirut?
Well, we believe that those were rocket interceptions. There has been no strike reported in Beirut's southern suburbs or in the Beirut area since that Israeli strike late on Sunday. What happened overnight, really, was Iran sending yet another...
Well, this is big if true. Chris Chatter says that the sixth salvo launched from Iran right now. Direct hits from the fifth salvo in Jerusalem and southern Israel confirmed by Israeli media. So they're striking the south of Israel now.
Then it will have to include a full cessation of hostilities in Lebanon as well.
That's
so
big.
What Iran tried to do last night was impose its equation, try to create a new balance of deterrence, basically saying if the Israeli army hits Beirut, it will target Israeli territory. It came just hours after the Israeli army tried to impose its new rules of engagement, or how it understands the latest ceasefire announcement.
Israel just a tiny little country.
Rockets were fired towards northern Israel. So really you see these warring sides trying to impose a new balance of deterrence in Lebanon. And Lebanon really finding itself, it always has really, as central to any solution or any deal to end the conflict in the region. Now, statements by the U.S. President Donald Trump overnight saying that we were close to a deal with Iran. I have told, and I've called Bibi and told him to stop these attacks after this exchange of fire. Really, Trump has been making clear since the start that for him, the priority is a deal between Iran and the United States to end that regional conflict, something that Israel does not want, because it is clear from its actions. Every time there is some sort of progress, then we see Israel escalating the situation in Lebanon. But the question everyone here is asking, from that statement that Mohammed mentioned, the Iranian Military Command Council, where they actually mentioned southern Lebanon as well as Beirut's southern suburbs, whether or not mentioning southern Lebanon as their long-time demand that there should be a full cessation of hostilities, not just on the Beirut front, or whether the Iranians are ready to set a new equation, and that is there needs to be a full ceasefire in Lebanon, or else there will
Who the fuck is calling me a Zionist?
be a resumption of strikes on Israel.
And Zena, you mentioned that we're really watching in real time over the past 24 hours the way that one domino falls and then knocks the rest of them down in this region, in this escalation. How is the Lebanese government going to react to this, the fact that all parties are sort of involved on Lebanon's behalf in some way here? Or so they say.
Well, the Lebanese government has been and is in a difficult situation. What the United States and Israel tried to do was to de-link these fronts, and that's why they launched those direct negotiations in Washington, where Lebanon and Israel, both the governments of these longtime enemies, if you like, are sitting down in one room trying to iron out some sort of an agreement, announcing ceasefire after ceasefire, which really has not been holding in Lebanon, especially in the south of the country. So this is the aim of Israel, to try to de-link these fronts. And it's also the Lebanese government's aim, because they want to weaken Iran's influence in Lebanon. We heard harsh words from Lebanon's president, Joseph Aoun, over the weekend, where he accused Iran of destabilizing the situation in Lebanon.
Who the hell is there just holding the camera?
This is our country. This is not your country. Really, the Lebanese government has burned all bridges with, the Iranian government. So, and with all this is happening, really makes those talks in Washington very much irrelevant, because Hezbollah is the party to the conflict, not the Lebanese.
Another one of these fucking videos. Yeah, I've seen this.
We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. I got so much silver, so much gold, so many politicians under my toes. I got my side making moves from the inside. Know what's flood, crude oil, mud, Moloch's callous filled with children's blood. Bought the jury, bought the judge, got the whole White House filled with bugs. Paid off Congress behind closed doors, blackmailed senators with my whores. USA fighting my wars. Underage boys, we use them like toys. Young girls get pearls from gold. If you want the money, you will do what we tell you. And if you say no, we will simply just graves, we dig them. Elections, we rig them. Claim all our ops, so for anti-Semitism. Christ is king. That's illegal under our regime. Now kiss the wall, let me hear the boys sing. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money.
Oh God, I could have done without that.
Money. We getting APAC
money. Oh Lord.
We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money.
Hold up. Hold up. Hey yo, let me just say a little thing about this. I wanna see your foreskin, I wanna be at your breasts. I wanna be a vampire, let me suck on your I wanna see your European countries turning this. Wanna circumvent your politics, I want control. Wanna make you my slave, that's my
He wants to be a gay vampire?
ultimate goal. I wanna pick apart your culture, wanna make you my There ain't nobody stopping me, you ain't doing shit. Why? Is that a serious question? Are you really asking me that? Have you not read Eli Wiesel's Night? Have you not watched The Pianist? Schindler's List? Name a Holocaust movie. What the fuck is wrong with y'all motherfuckers? And now I'm thinking about it, I got something else to say. So get ready for this. For them. Hey yo, Charlie Kirk, those Hamas little kids
going
and guys.
Tupac.
We gonna turn that shit to a fucking beach resort, Goyim. Iran, Hezbollah, Tom Massey, you better protect your neck. Nick Fuentes, you can suck my dick. Candace Owens, alien-eyed, nappy-headed, you can suck my Ian Carroll, shave that shit off your lip and suck my dick. Let me think. Oh yeah, Tucker, you better pucker, cause we coming in fucking hot, so get your ready, mother. Dave Smith, each, just quit. But first, suck my Lindsey Graham, hey,
this is
thank
aggressive.
you, ma'am. You and Ted Cruz can drink from my bedpan, you fucking goy. We got you good, boy. Spend that money on rest stop. Hey, yo, Trump, let's get that third temple built. Where the fuck are red heifers at? You owe us, motherfucker. We run this. You shouldn't have been with them underage kids anyway. You're all on the list, Doyle. Dreidel, motherfucker. Check your
Dreidel,
pages,
motherfucker.
Let's see what pops off. Rest in peace, Epstein.
Rest in peace, Epstein. Allegedly. Someone needs to tear that stupid wall in Israel. No. What the fuck are they doing? Why is that guy on his knees giving head to a wall? Dude, they're humping the wall like degenerates. Are they possessed by demons? My goodness. I mean, I've seen people sexually gratifying themselves before, and that's what that looks like. That's what that is. For sure.
That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands.
Let's
and
continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Let's
You play right
crooked.
into their hands with this crap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I got?
You held an election in a landslide? Who does that? That is a natural catastrophe.
That
presented
because you have no
evidence.
credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You
Blanche.
have more evidence. There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk about.
There's more evidence than ever. Can you show us some of this? No, but I can talk about how much evidence there is.
Elections in this country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're.
He's the president. He just said we're like a third world country. I mean, on that, I would agree.
Crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked networks. All right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain.
You made this bitch go to Wisconsin. She didn't want to go to Wisconsin. Who wants to go to Wisconsin? And now you're just gonna say nope.
I know. I
I've sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin.
That's my favorite part. I mean, just in case you missed it, we played it a little earlier, but watch him get up.
Out your
It's
press
pathetic.
because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we
Come on, let's
traveled
go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
I think he just got through with getting reamed by Bibi Netanyahu. That's why his posture was so bad. He's still coping. But I mean, you can see the bone spurs. That was a real legitimate thing. Look at how he got up from that chair. It's real. Trump leaned in for a kiss. Her face answered no. The short.
We had a remarkable day
George
in downtown Shanghai. Watch this, the literary giants square in Shanghai. It's truly amazing. Watch it.
This is World Literary Giant Square, and right in first place, in the first rank, is our great English hero, Charles Dickens. Charles Dickens, who chronicled Victorian poverty.
Charles Dickens can suck my Dickens.
And hypocrisy.
And eat my Dickens.
With such phenomenal accuracy and venom. Charles Dickens, #1 in the panoply, in Shanghai, in China, in the World Literary Giant Square. And right next to him, also in the
Shakespeare. See, I
front
told you he
rank
loved Shakespeare.
is our greatest William Shakespeare. The British ruling elite has hated China
Nobody
for a
likes Shakespeare. Come on.
very long time, but the Chinese people have never hated us, and they revere and respect the best of us. They despise
I like when y'all share links of things that we were talking about on stream.
the worst of us,
It lets me know that you're paying attention, and I like that.
but they love the best of us. I am so thrilled that these two British...
I mean, don't get too thrilled. It's just a statue, George. I don't think we need to glaze Shakespeare and Charles Dickens any more than they've been glazed. They've gotten glazed up enough over the centuries.
This morning I received an email asking me if I had seen the Facebook reel of an Indiana woman claiming her new license plate was equipped with 5G tracking technology. I had not seen it, but I was immediately skeptical about the claim for several reasons. This is a screenshot from a repost of the Facebook reel in question. I redacted the names from all the screenshots in this video because it is not my intent to embarrass anyone. This repost has over 8,600 likes and has been reshared nearly 5,000 times. This reel goes on to claim Indiana is now issuing smart license plates that use cellular and GPS technology to track vehicles and recover stolen vehicles. The original Facebook reel claiming Indiana license plates now include 5G technology is also spreading on X. This repost, just one of many, has 2,400 likes and has been shared nearly 2,000 times. But are these claims true? As a former
I mean, the idealist in me would say China, of course. But part of me wonders if the Chinese would even accept me. I'm sure I would have culture shock, but I'd probably have culture shock moving to Indiana too. I mean, I would prefer to live in China over Indiana, no doubt. I just wonder how well I would be able to assimilate in a new country at this stage in my life.
Electrical engineer, I was immediately skeptical about the claim because 5G requires a power source. In addition, regular aluminum license plates are only about 0.03 inches thick.
You're spot on, Aaron Wolf. He just said that.
Which is about the thickness of $7 bills stacked together or the thickness of one credit card. I know some credit cards contain microcontrollers and NFC antennas to enable tap to pay.
Hakeem, you live in Indiana. I'm sorry. My condolences.
But that is very different from 5G. The circuitry in credit cards do not require a built-in power source, and their wireless protocol only has a range of a couple of inches.
San Diego's okay. It's all right. It's not my favorite place in the States. Obviously, my favorite place is your mom's house. Oh, damn it. We're down to 15, aren't we now, Saeed? I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I guess we're not even. I know we just had this truce and everything. But remember, I did convert to Judaism, and you can't trust the Jewish, okay, in me. So it's kind of your fault, actually.
Additionally, credit cards are not designed to withstand years of ultraviolet light exposure, heavy rain, mechanical shock and vibration, and years of thermal cycling between sub-zero temperatures
okay,
to
this guy's
temperatures
brought the
over
goods.
100.
He's like, 5G on license plates? I don't think so. Let's do a deep dive that nobody asked for.
100 degrees Fahrenheit. Even if someone did embed 5G technology in a regular-looking license plate, it would cost significantly
Let it
more
slide,
than...
huh? That's an interesting choice of words there, Saeed. Let it slide? Slide like... What are we talking about here? What slides? What is it?
A standard aluminum plate, which means the state would be losing money if they kept the plate fees the same, or the Indiana General Assembly would have needed to increase the cost of license plates. Neither of those things happened. The people posting about 5G license plates are conflating a 5G mark on a standard Indiana license plate with a digital license plate made by a company called
He doesn't call it license plate. He calls it license plate.
Reviver. These license plates have LTE.
Why does he do that? So now I'm thinking there's lice in the plates.
And Bluetooth connectivity, and they work with an app you install on your phone. These plates are significantly thicker than a standard license plate, and they require a replaceable battery that is supposed to last up to 5 years. These plates are purely optional. They are not mandatory on any vehicle in the United States. They cost $899, and that is just for the plate. That does not include the vehicle registration fees charged by the state. As of today, they are only legal to purchase for vehicles registered in Arizona and California, although
This guy just killed my boner. Not that I had one, my spiritual boner for Boom Boom Tel Aviv. That's all I can say. I don't want to listen to his droll. Pushing simulations to the limit to find order and chaos. You see, this guy, whoever this was listening, was paying attention, because if you were here earlier, we were talking about the double pendulum. And it's being an example of chaos theory.
Imagine a pendulum, like the kind you might find in a grandfather clock, swinging back and forth with a simple, predictable motion. Yet, when you attach a second pendulum to its end, order quickly gives way to unpredictability, a hallmark of chaos.
Wow.
But where's this unpredictable motion coming from? Could we find a way to extract order from chaos? And what does it look like at the strange, elusive border between chaos and order? With the help of detailed simulations and eye-catching visuals, we'll dive into these questions as we discover the rich and surprising...
Okay, do we do it? Do we dive into a 26-minute video on double pendulum, aka chaos theory, or do we go back to our regularly scheduled broadcast? I wish I could take a poll. I need to really figure out how to do that. Maybe I could figure that out now. I've got this new little chat app, but I don't know if it lets me do this. Now you're hypnotized. I know. Me too. No. Take a poll. Like a literal poll. P-O-L-E. Take a poll. Yes, we have one yes to like a sea of no's. Okay, so it's going to be a no for me, dog. One of these days, I'm going to figure out how to do a poll. A P-O-L-L, not a P-O-L-E.
Behavior of what seems...
Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Let's go. Let's see. Is this still going on?
Across the Gulf, the more air bases get annihilated.
I knew Larry would be first out the door. He's like, I don't want to talk with you young whippersnappers. I got shit I got to do. I got more cigars to smoke. Right on, Larry. Right on. Okay, let's see. We covered Saeed's haircut. Saeed's going to look like LeBron James. One thing becomes clearer today. The U.S. can no longer mediate in, commit to, or enforce a ceasefire in West Asia. It means basically that its role in the region is mostly over. Mark Levin says, lots of slugs online supporting Iran. Don't forget who they are. Or what, bitch? What else can we say? Gosh, I feel like there's really something funny I could say if I just think about it. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. If I don't think of it in like the first 10 seconds, I move on. It's called low effort trolling. More missiles launched towards Israel. I guess our chatters are dialed in. They know what's up. They told us about this. It looks like it's the bulk of the Israeli fake state. North of Tel Aviv, south, all the way to the southern border, even touching the border with Egypt there. That's a lot. Israel Hayom is reporting that the Israeli strikes in Iran were coordinated with the United States. Sounds like something a slug would say. Well, unfortunately, I don't remember anything that just happened or what I just said, so I don't have any reference to what you're talking about, but I'll take your word for it. Thank you for the supers. I appreciate your support and patronage here in the stream. Don't forget to tap that like button and hit subscribe if you like what you see. Very much appreciative to this community, and I am encouraged at how much we've been growing, and that's nice to see. Mark Levin thinks that the people of Iran don't have as much of a right to live as the citizens of Israel do. Well, that's a given. That's a, you know, Zionism at its most basic level. Again, here's the moment that the attack on Israel was announced at a concert in Iran. Israeli. They're like, fuck yeah, dude. The Wall Gang are stealing land in Albania against the will of the people, and the EU is just letting it happen. There have been 7 days of nonstop protests. The Albanian prime minister says it doesn't matter what people think. That's true. She could not believe he said, look, he said, not even 500,000 protesters can stop me. And this is the guy right here. Fucking wall kisser. No more wall kissers in our governments, guys. That's it. Oh my goodness. Yuri Cohen, the war with Iran continues, so the IDF decided to call me back again. Wish me good luck. We will win this war. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't believe a goddamn word he says. He's probably just making that up. But if so, I just hope Hezbollah smoked that ass in a video game. Allegedly. Like, smoke that ass, meaning I hope they have a little spit roast for the guy and they feed him some cooked pig. Or cooked donkey. Smoked that ass. I'm just trying to cover my tracks here. Thank you for gifting a membership to the community. I appreciate that. Valentine Bilby. It's a fun name to say. Yay! Shit has hit the fan, guys. Missile from Yemen targets central and southern Israel. The Israeli army confirmed missile has launched from Yemen towards Israel, saying defense systems are actively intercepting it. Alarm sirens sounded across Tel Aviv like music to my ears, and large areas of central and southern Israel with a rocket alert map showing a dense cluster of warnings stretching from the Tel Aviv area south toward the Negev. Yemen drops one missile and sirens are screaming from Tel Aviv all the way to the Negev. Israeli army actively intercepting, but that dense alert map is pure panic. That's a good point. Big tough defense, tiny rocket. Yet here we are. Oof. Nothing to see here, folks. Where is the Elden Ring full playthrough? Look, I suck at that game. I don't know what I'm doing. The only thing I have a somewhat of a shot at is Red Dead Redemption 2. But I've kind of all but given up on Elden Ring. If I am not like immediately good at a game, I don't want to play it. I give it like 5 minutes and I'm like, all right, I suck at this. I clearly can't improve. And that's probably my problem. You know, if I don't have immediate success at something, I give up forever. And that's it. I want my refund. Y'all want me to play RDR2 now, huh? Now, you see, that would be something to take a poll on. How does it keep getting better? I know. I'm all bricked up, too. Oh, look, we're singing around here. We're singing about it all. Breaking, at least 4 missiles were launched from Kermanshah, Isfahan, Urmia, and Tabriz. So it's still ongoing as we speak. Let's get a look. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Here's a live shot of Tel Aviv right now. It's early morning. I'm sure if we kept this on long enough, we would eventually hear some sirens, perhaps. Let's see about Haifa. Is there a live shot of Haifa? Oh, shit. Oh, Let's take a look at Al Jazeera.
this is seemingly going to be a vicious cycle until the Americans or the negotiators manage to stop it through talks between the two sides, particularly between the Americans and the Israelis. As I said, we don't have many details about this so far, and usually details here in Iran, they take time to transpire. But there is something going on, and Iran is responding again, retaliating once again this morning.
Okay, that's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val live in Tehran talking about this new news at this hour that there have been more missile interceptions reported over southern Israel as Iran and Israel trade missile strikes overnight. There's been a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake off the coast of the Philippines. Authorities say initial reports suggest that at least 3 people have been killed. The president has told people in the southern coast to head to higher ground. Several buildings have also collapsed. There are reports of waves up to a meter high along parts of the coast. Al Jazeera's Barnaby Lowe joins us now live from Manila.
Mom?
So, Barnaby, this is a powerful earthquake. Obviously, there is already some damage. There's already concern that there may be some people that need rescuing. What do we know about the extent of the damage at this point?
Yeah, Riley, it's been several hours now since the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that struck the southwestern Mindanao region in the southern Philippines. And indeed, we are beginning to see the extent of the damage. The epicenter of the earthquake was in Sarangani province, but it appears now that the bulk of the damage is in General Santos City, one of the most highly urbanized and most populated areas in the region, and the intensity that was felt there was at 7. That's 7 out of a scale of 10. Now, intensity is the measure of the shaking that's felt at a certain location, while magnitude is the power of the earthquake from the origin. So 7 is a very strong earthquake and very damaging, as we are now seeing on social media. One of the videos that first emerged on social media was of a commercial building that collapsed during the earthquake. This building reportedly housed a fast food restaurant as well as a radio station. Now, this fast food restaurant reportedly operated 24/7, so we can assume that at least there were workers inside, and that's why there are now unconfirmed reports that there are people trapped in the rubble. We are also seeing photos of churches that have been partially that are partially damaged and have partially collapsed, as well as houses that have been damaged, roads that have cracked, bridges as well that have collapsed, and also a video of a mall that was shaking and was collapsing during the earthquake. Now, there are a few figures in terms of casualties that have been coming out, but the Philippine National Police is confirming that at least 3 people have died and 4 are injured, but this death toll could go higher as the hours go by. Now, as the tsunami alert, of course, was issued. And as you mentioned, there were several tsunamis that have been recorded, and one as high as 1.4 meter. Not very damaging, but authorities
no longer
are
open
monitoring for more tsunamis.
So
that's
cargo ships. Look at this.
And it could affect Saudi Arabia
overtime.
too. Now this will be the interesting play. If the Saudis are still pumping oil and coming out through the Red Sea, will Iran let them? And so the thing to watch is if Iran is allowing the Saudi ships to come out, then you know that there's a deal that Pakistan, that will be further confirmation that the deal Pakistan has been working with the Saudis will give, they'll get free passage.
I think people don't understand the significance of both the Houthis joining, because it took so long to join at the beginning of the war, and I think it's a big warning for the world concerning the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And assuming the Houthis struck Saudi, they haven't struck them since 2024. That's a very significant move. Obviously, if the Houthis were not the ones to strike Saudi, that's significant, but for other reasons as well. Because I don't think Saudi would appreciate a false flag attack.
Yeah, what's the news source reporting that it was the Houthis?
Nothing that we'd know about. It's just there's OSINT sources that I look at.
Okay, so yeah, the OSINT sources, who are they connected with?
Nobody. So it's nothing confirmed.
No, who are they connected with?
I knew he was
I
going to
don't know.
correct him.
Some of them. No, some of them are. Some of them are.
CIA. Repeat after me. CIA. Open
Even the
source
ones
intelligence.
There's some of them that are extremely even anti-Israeli. They don't even refer to Israel as Israel. They call it Israel with like inverted commas or occupied Palestine. They call it. So some of these others are obviously more on the pro US side, and then others on like the anti-Israeli right to exist side.
Some of the OSINT, one way that OSINT also works when it's being used as part of an intelligence operation is you paint it so it doesn't look like you. It looks like the other side.
So you think intelligence services have infiltrated a lot of these OSINT or OSINT sources?
Oh, absolutely.
One of them, actually one of the bigger ones, I don't know if you know this, one of the bigger ones got arrested at the beginning of the war, in the first couple of weeks of the war. They disappeared for a while. I don't know if you know who I'm referring to. It's one of the bigger ones.
No.
Yeah, they were arrested. I can't remember the country. My producer knows. He was telling me the details, but they disappeared. They posted in the group that they've
open source intelligence. It just appears it's publicly available information. It certainly wasn't planted there for a reason.
Egypt. So they're in Egypt, and they were okay. I'm not going to mention his name. So they sent me his name. I don't want to know his name, man. But they're based in Egypt, and they were arrested for sharing information. I don't know whether at the behest of Israelis or Gulf countries, etc. Then they were released. I don't know what happened afterwards. But I think it's because the Gulf countries were worried about certain information. The Gulf countries were freaking out at the beginning of the war. They were really unprepared for how to deal with the panic that was caused by the strikes on their territory and how to deal with people sharing videos and photos. They arrested a lot of people, released most of them eventually, but arrested a lot of people. And there was a guy in Kuwait arrested for, I think it's like a month. A bunch of people arrested in Kuwait and Qatar and in Bahrain and the UAE. But it's going back to these sources. So cool. Well, if they're infiltrated by the CIA, that doesn't help.
Did you see what's happening with the oil futures?
No, they're going up.
Yeah, Brent crude's up to 97 now. It's up about $4.
Oh man.
And West Texas Intermediate, that's up almost $4. It's up to 94.43.
It's at 94.
Yeah, they were like at 85 yesterday, right?
85, 88. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so they're so from yesterday, Brent's up over $10, and West Texas Intermediate's up almost $10. So, and I think it's going to keep going because the fact, I
Guys, I'm really trying hard to get to 1,000 likes on the stream. Would you please help me out? We're almost there.
If
you haven't liked the stream,
when
like it, please.
When Israel made its response to the first Iran attack, that maybe, just maybe, Iran had been pulled aside and said, "Look, let it hit. Don't do anything."
Hello to San Antone. Thank you, Mandy.
And then we'll calm this down, and the negotiations will go forward. Well, clearly that didn't happen. Iran, they got hit. They reassessed, okay, which targets are we going after now? And boom, they've launched.
Saeed, your apology is accepted. Thank you for hitting the like. It only took you a couple hours, but you got there.
Yeah, well, Netanyahu retaliates. The humiliation just compounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, BB's bitch.
BB's bitch.
I think Trump will be getting out of it. That is actually a very important point that people, at least I'm not discussing enough, is that is a really bad look for Trump.
Yes.
Netanyahu really screwed him. It depends on what happens next. If Netanyahu struck that once Iran, and then now Iran struck again, but much smaller than the last one. If Israel does not strike now, I think it will be fine. I think it allows Netanyahu to save face by at least retaliating somehow, and Trump to save face by saying he made sure that the two did not get into a war. So I think it's still a good way for Trump to exit this. I don't think it's that catastrophic from an optics perspective. Not good, but I think it could have been a lot worse if this continued. So the report here is that the Iranian missile was intercepted over Jordan by a THAAD, I'm sure you're gonna laugh right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. That was $26 million worth of THAAD missiles, because each one costs $13 million. There are 2 fired, so they took out a missile that may have cost $1 million, may have cost $200,000. Yeah, that's a cost-effective response.
Are you worried this could sabotage the negotiations you were talking about with Pepe and the source, the Islamabad Accords?
That's the entire purpose of this exercise. Israel wants to sabotage it, and Iran's not going to pull its punches just because of the deal, because the deal is supposed to be lift the blockade, stop the attacks in Lebanon, etc. And they say, hey, those are our terms. If you, Pakistan, can't make the other side meet those terms, that's not bad on you. But we're not going to be bum rushed into an agreement that allows Israel basically to continue its murder and mayhem.
Is there any chance that Lebanon will be excluded from the deal? Is that a possibility whatsoever?
Zero.
The Israelis confirmed the strike on the petrochemical facility.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah.
To Channel 14.
Does Israel have any petrochemical facilities?
They're about to not have them.
Yes. Do you think those are going to be targeted?
Yes.
I'd bet on that.
What about desalination plants?
So you're saying Hezbollah, you don't think it will be excluded from the deal? Lebanon will not be excluded from the deal?
Absolutely not. The statements from the IRGC have consistently said in the past few days, Hezbollah is Iran, Iran is Hezbollah.
No matter how far this goes, if Israel puts Lebanon on the line, that Iran could sign a deal and walk away while maintaining the status quo in Lebanon, the back and forth, and supporting Hezbollah with Israel, Iran would not take the deal, in your view, and leave Hezbollah?
Correct.
Israel's itching for a bullet in the brain.
And we're in a pickle, man. We're a pickle.
Yeah.
Man. We don't know how to get out of this.
Well, the one who's in the pickle is Israel. Israel cannot sustain this.
Thank you.
They showed that in the 12-day war. They were the ones who flinched. They were the ones calling Trump, get us out of this. And so Trump did his obliteration raid, and then Iran fired a couple of missiles at Al Udeid, and they called it quits. Oh, the war's over. Now we can start rebuilding for our next go round, said Israel.
And here we are, a fucking year later, almost.
And
to the exact day.
They really thought that when they launched that attack on 28 February, I mean, it was they had terrific intelligence, and they lured some of the Iranian leadership to a target point where they would be hit, and it failed. Now they've got.
What's so funny to me is you guys are making fun of Mario, and even his own subscribers are. Look, if you look at his comment section, they're roasting him. This guy says, "Mario's in a pickle." LOL. He's always so confused about things that are happening on the screen.
Now they have awakened.
Look, he's like, wait, what? But Israel's the bad guy?
Iran. And this time, unlike in June of 2025, Iran's now got the full backing of Russia and China.
The most interesting part is how the UAE's been staying out of it so far. It's been 2 weeks they haven't been attacked. Since that one strike at Bushehr, the UAE has not been attacked. Kuwait's been attacked. Bahrain's been attacked. Saudi attacked, maybe not, depending if it's a false flag. And Israel's been attacked. The only countries left, Oman was attacked. You remember that drone? Now, Iran's not saying it's them. Israel, some people are blaming Israel. Others are blaming some groups from Iraq.
Yeah, I don't think Mario has recovered from Elon
the only
and
countries
following
not attacked
him.
so far are, Qatar and the UAE.
But I thought Mario was a child too, but he's not. Okay, he's like 37 years old. He just doesn't look like he is. But he's not a child. He's not a kid.
Maybe the UAE is making some moves in the background.
Wait, Israel's the bad guy?
Start seeing that shift away, the balance of power shift towards the towards towards Iran. Is there, the axis, the Sunni axis, or the Pakistan, Turkey axis, Saudi axis that will include Qatar? How likely do you think Iran would be part of that
I mean,
axis?
I know I could be lining up more interviews for this stream. I just don't have much of a passion to be a interviewer like that. I'd rather just like listen to other people having discussions, and then I can offer my own back of the class commentary, if you will. But in case you're wondering why I haven't had many guests on lately.
As well.
Well, absolutely be part of it.
With Saudi.
Well, yeah, remember Iran and Saudi.
Dude, they're still grilling him. He has a subscriber only chat, which is I always find that pretty revealing. And even his own subscribers are grilling him. This guy says, Mario, do you check your news sources? Wait, where's the other one? Does Mario believe everything he reads? Everyone's like, when you're an interviewer like this, and people are noticing a lot that you suck, so your grasp of this material is not that great, and they start grilling you in subscriber only mode, then you know you're cooked. Mario is convincing and hiding his bias. There was another one that I thought was pretty funny. Mario, look, this guy says Mario isn't a genius. It's funny.
These normalized relations 2 years ago, and they've had back and forth meetings with MBS.
Iran had good relations with Oman and Qatar, and they attacked them, and the UAE, and they attacked them. So I don't know.
No,
if
they
normalization.
Iran didn't attack Oman. That's Western propaganda.
They denied the attack.
That's Western propaganda.
But they did attack Qatar.
Yeah, why? Because Qatar was allowing its base to be used to attack
It's
Iran.
so simple. It's like we're going over.
Iran has made it clear to
main
these guys.
points.
They said they've talked to the Saudis, they've talked to the Qataris, and said, "Hey, if you're going to allow your land to be used to attack us, then you're putting yourself in the ball game. So you decide." And according to our the Pakistani source that we got information, Pappy and I got information from, both Qatar and Saudi Arabia have made a decision. We're going to stop being the Holiday Inn for the U.S. military. They're going to have to go elsewhere.
Do you think the UAE would be able to? Oh, that's the attack on the petrochemical plant.
No, he had a Zoolander phase.
Oh, that's the smoke billowing out of it.
He's a crypto Jew, isn't he?
Yeah. Do you think the?
I'm pretty sure
there's a
he
possibility also for the rest of
started
it.
his
Like,
own
the other
crypto
Gulf countries
company.
will have no choice but to join that alliance. The UAE.
Well, yeah.
The smaller ones are pretty relevant.
Mario ain't no Luigi,
The
that's for
bigger
sure.
Yeah, that's what
you're
they
right.
envision.
Mario
And
is
again, this
actually a genius, guys.
Behind the scenes,
You just
this is China and Russia.
No one can see it. No one can know it. But he's a genius.
They are wanting to get these countries out of the U.S. sphere, where as long as they're in the U.S. sphere, they're always going to be used as a tool to attack somebody else, or to attack Iran. Now, and in the past, they could get away with it. They weren't attacked. Now they're getting attacked if they get involved with letting their territory be used as a
He's
launch
got the constipated Tucker Carlson face on, doesn't he?
pad.
There's an interesting theory made by two economists on my show. One of them is a commodities trader, and one of them is the manager of a hedge fund. And he was actually on my show today. I think it's been such a long day. It's been almost 15 hours for me. But the argument they're making is that
you're still this dumb? You're still this dumb about all the knowledge that's being thrown at you?
When we spoke in the early days, we're like, how did the US not know that Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz? That point did not make sense. So the argument they're making, they always knew that there's a high probability that Iran will be able to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that was part of the calculus to attack. The reason is while the US is suffering, in relative terms, it's suffering less than other countries that are more dependent on the Strait of Hormuz. And the US is able to get more energy deals now with Asian economies, Asian countries, long-term deals to export oil and gas to these countries, refined oil and gas.
But let's be clear what they're exporting. The United States produces 2.3 beer. Okay, let's think of it in terms of alcohol. The United States produces beer and wine. It doesn't produce tequila, scotch, vodka. What do the tractors run on? What do the semi trucks run on? What powers a lot of power plants in some areas?
The vodka,
diesel, and that comes from heavy crude. The United States is a net importer of heavy crude. What are its sources? Sources are Canada, Mexico, now Venezuela.
Those are the
three
going
principal
in the comments.
ones. What's happened
This
to the
subscriber to Mario's channel says, "Go to bed, Mario." All caps. You need to think straight instead of being racist and inconsistent with your facts.
relationship between the United States and Canada? Is Canada saying, "Hey, let's see if we can sell more oil to our American cousins," or are they saying, "Fuck them, we're going to sell it to China"?
Somebody says, "Get schooled, Wario."
I think they're saying the latter.
Oh my God, Mario's tired.
This is why diesel is more expensive in the States than oil. You know, the oil prices have come down, but the United States has, quote, been a net exporter of oil. Well, they're exporting stuff that we're not going to be able to continue that. We've run down the strategic reserve. It's approaching zero.
Yeah,
That's why
I think within the next less than 60 days, we will have eventually depleted all of our oil reserves in the States.
Seen such a dramatic fall in gas prices over the last 4 weeks. I mean, gas, I think I said this to you earlier. Petrol, gas for cars is cheaper now than it was before the start of the war on February 28th.
Where?
But here in the United States, here in Florida. But that's because
yeah. Go ahead.
That's because they're drawing oil, the light oil, out of the strategic reserve. It's being refined. They're flooding. They're trying to sort of flood the market with gasoline here, in order to get the prices down, so the voters won't be pissed off and want to lynch Donald Trump. But it's not working. It's not going to work. It's trying to put a Band-Aid on an arterial bleed. That doesn't, Band-Aid doesn't stop an artery from bleeding out.
Does
you need a
the
tourniquet.
US possess
the argument they're making is that
reserves?
Yeah, but the US does export gas, and does, if it can get that heavy crude, it could refine it and export that as well.
No, they couldn't, because they need it here
to refill the petroleum.
Not to refill, just to run the damn trucks.
Just to use it, dude. Fucking
just
shit,
to get trucks
Mario.
that can take, haul food and stuff to the grocery stores.
Fucking hell,
yeah,
dude.
But they do export gas. But they do export natural gas, and they can. The argument is they can do long-term deals with those countries.
No. Do you understand how the natural gas market works? It is not on demand.
Larry's getting tired.
It is contracted out, usually at least 6 months, if not a year in advance. Okay, so countries that want natural gas, they contracted before for delivery. A lot of those countries that contracted for delivery aren't getting them because force majeure was declared out of the Persian Gulf, and other companies that would buy the LNG and then ship it. No, there is a massive shortage coming up, both with LNG and with diesel and with light crude. That's the West Texas Intermediate.
Let's go.
Brent is more of the heavy oil.
It seems like it, doesn't it?
I asked my producer a technical question, which the producer's meant to give me the information. He's so tired. The team is so tired because I woke them up. He goes, "No clue," and I knew his dad is like, "I don't even speak English anymore. They're exhausted.
He's just
I'm
laughing
working
at
them
his
to death."
idiocy.
But so sorry to interrupt.
So the United States has allegedly the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve holds roughly 357 million barrels of crude oil. The reserve dropped to 357 million barrels, the lowest level in 28 months following recent emergency Department of Energy loan and drawdown programs. The system of underground salt caverns in Texas and Louisiana can hold up to 714 million barrels. I would like to know how many barrels of crude oil has Donald Trump sold to offset the oil that is not leaving the Strait of Hormuz as a result of the blockade. It might not tell me. I don't know. Okay, so you see, we've already gone through. The Trump administration has authorized the release of 172 million barrels of crude oil to mitigate the global supply shock caused by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So 357, what is 357 minus 172? 185. So that would mean that we have 185 million barrels of crude oil still left in our strategic reserves. In March of 26, President Trump directed the Department of Energy to release 172 million barrels. This was part of a broader coordinated 400 million barrel release with 32 International Energy Agency member nations to stabilize global energy prices after Iran closed the strait. Out of the authorized amount, the U.S. has already funneled roughly 70 million barrels into the market since the start of the conflict. This rapid drawdown has dropped the U.S. oil reserve. Okay, so they're saying now it's to 357, where it was higher than that before this sell-off. So rather than the standard flat sales, the DOE structured a portion of these releases, approximately 133 million barrels, as an exchange or oil loan program. How many more days of this war can the United States sustain with its strategic reserves? I think it's something like 60 days. People have been. This says 279 more days. I don't know how AI is calculating this. I've heard that, if this goes on for another 2 months, we're going to deplete our oil reserves. So this doesn't corroborate that. This says the United States can sustain its current wartime drawdown rate for approximately 279 more days before its strategic petroleum reserve is entirely empty. The exact duration depends entirely on how the reserves are utilized to offset the blockade. If the U.S. continues releasing oil at its current emergency rate of 1 million barrels per day, yeah, okay, so they're saying 1 million per day. So thus 279. I know how many barrels of oil does China hold in its strategic reserves? I want to say it's 1.3 billion. It's way larger. As you might expect, China's a huge country. Okay, 1.4 billion barrels of crude oil in its total strategic and commercial inventories. So Beijing, the point, I think the takeaway from that is that China is far and above more prepared for withstanding the global shock to the oil supply chain than the United States, which caused this war in the first place.
For this, I started smiling, and I wanted you to know why I'm smiling. The poor guys.
Dude, I mean, you come back to it, his subscribers are still grilling him. Look at this. Mario is dumb.
Yeah, true. It's long-term agreements. So what they're saying is that they're signing. The Asian economies are in a very difficult position. They need gas urgently, and the U.S. is also exporting part of the reserves for the petroleum reserves, as well as the natural gas to these countries. And forcing them to sign 5 to 10 year agreements. I don't have any examples. I haven't done a deep dive into this, but this is a theory on why this whole war was. One of my guests, the argument they were making is that they wrote a piece, they wrote an article actually before the war started. They wrote an article saying the US is going to block the Strait of Hormuz. That was their article, went viral now. And their argument is that ships should be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz right now. Insurance companies should be able to insure them. They've insured them before. And this whole war, the whole plan, among other things, one of the reasons that they decided to do this war is that it benefits in the US relative to other countries in allowing the US to dominate the energy market by replacing that shortage that's coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And that blockade by the US is part of that plan because all these countries that are dependent on it now will need to find alternatives, which include Russia and the US.
Okay, what kind of oil came out of the Persian Gulf? Light crude or heavy crude?
Listen how Larry is talking to him. He's like going, it's like how a teacher has to talk to a student that is not getting the lesson plan.
Answer is heavy crude, primarily. Okay.
Yeah, but the petroleum reserves in the US have heavy crude. The reserves
the United States does not have heavy crude reserves. Are you listening to me? The United States does not generate heavy crude. It has to import. It's a net importer.
Oh my God, he's still stuck on the same point, dude.
Crude?
Yes.
I would have thought preparing for something like this, knowing that this is the oil.
Brother, why would you? You are such a generous, kind person that you think that these people would actually think,
have strategy, and prepare. Yeah, come on.
Good Lord.
I would have expected it. I would have expected it if they're waiting for a shortage like this, for an emergency like this. They know that they need heavy crude to refine. This is the one they have shortage of. So I would have assumed their reserves would be full of heavy crude.
Well, maybe that's why they invaded Venezuela.
Mario should try growing his hair out because maybe that's what's missing. Maybe that's why. Maybe it might make him smarter. I don't know.
100%. That's the argument they make as well. The argument they make is Venezuela was all part of that.
But Venezuela doesn't provide that much.
Some might say chosen for his
doesn't
specialty.
Provide what the United States actually consumes. And so instead of the United States saying, "Hey, let's solidify our relationship with Canada," no, we've pissed on the Canadians. Canadians are already in a technical recession. So what's going on here is, I don't think, it's an interesting theory they propose, but I think it's silly. I think they're going to find out. The United States didn't plan for this because the United States is not a net producer of a lot of things.
Yeah,
and the things that it does produce, particularly on
consumer,
let's say, highly technical weapons, they need supplies that come out of China. The U.S. is dependent on foreign supply chains.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so what they've done right now is and so it's not, and again, the disruption of the foreign supply chain, it's not just the oil, not just the LNG. Don't forget urea and sulfur.
Fertilizer.
That's already impacting here domestically. I mentioned the other day, Mosaic. Look it up online. Mosaic is a fertilizer producer. They've had to close half their operation because they don't have urea and sulfur.
Yeah, they've been warning about that too for months.
And then he put into.
Hey, I understand. I'm not yelling at you, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm thinking about it. So this is so obviously I have a lot of guests. So this is one of the arguments being made. It's not an argument I agree with because the economy. There's many others that are making the argument that the U.S. is definitely not prepared for this war. My argument is very different to that one, but not prepared. Look at the position it's in now with having to raise interest rates to fight inflation, and with the amount of debt it has to service. If it raises the interest rates to a certain level, it won't be able to pay off its debt anymore. There's a level, I don't remember what the number is. I had an economist early on today. He said, according to a report, if we reach a certain level, we're in danger territory. And we're already at that level and have been for a few months, the 10-year yield. And then there was another economist that talked about if we get to another level, which is not too far off from where we are right now, we're looking at a Great Depression territory. That's all concern they had, and this was, is obviously leading to inflation. They'll force the Fed to raise interest rates, and we're in a cycle right now where servicing the U.S. debt will become more and more problematic. So no, I think that the war has been catastrophic, and we're not even talking about the depletion of the
I
munitions.
just got a comment on my YouTube page that this guy said, "My humor is so degenerate." Y'all don't think that, do you? Y'all don't think my humor is degenerate, do you?
As well, that would be taking years to rebuild. The position in the U.S.
rude.
diplomatically, especially when it comes to allies that depend on that American security. I think there's a plethora of reason on how this war has been catastrophic to the U.S. Just look at all the early reports. The war was meant to take a few days. Like, all the early reports did not indicate that the U.S. And obviously, I'm always, there could be there's a theory that behind the scenes they knew the Strait of Hormuz would be closed, but every single report said the war should last days. They did not expect the Strait of Hormuz to be closed, and they thought a regime change would be a lot easier to achieve. So yeah, I definitely don't.
Well, if that's the case, you think acquired taste, you think refined. So you think that my humor is refined. That's kind of sophisticated, right?
This is all part of a 5D chess move. It could be, but I'm not in that camp.
So if the United States expected the Strait of Hormuz to be closed, and actually wanted to keep it closed.
It's my least favorite word in the English language, and you just said it, Saeed. Thank you. Anytime you hear somebody say "sure," it's never a good look. It's never a good thing. It's never a vote of confidence. It doesn't mean yes. It doesn't mean okay. It means I really disagree, but for the sake of your feelings and for the situation, I'm just going to say a word that's innocuous, but also passive-aggressive. Sure. Sure. I remember when I asked my doctor if I was going to be okay because I had a scorching case of herpes. And all he told me was, sure. Well, it turns out I wasn't okay. I'm still not okay. And that's been years. Moist? No, moist is... it's not good either. Moist is the feeling I give your mother when she... No, damn it. Now, what are we down to? 15? I've got 15 more chances.
Why have they been making these attacks on Iranian positions that are seen as keeping the strait closed?
Yeah,
I will never be okay. Okay,
and try to ask NATO to come help them open the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted it closed, they just say, "Oh, that's okay, not our problem. We'll just leave it closed."
I have the best shirts.
We're not even going to go in there and try to open it.
No, so the theory there by the guest, and that was a couple of weeks ago. The theory is that
we're even
the U.S.
now,
needs an excuse to close the Strait of Hormuz, and
your mom is moist. My mom is an acquired taste. Let's call the whole thing off. Truce.
This whole war and what Iran's doing has been the excuse for
Let this be known here on this day, June 7th, 2026, that Saeed and I have negotiated a ceasefire, and we now have a negotiated settlement to not talk about each other's moms anymore from this point forward.
I could have closed the Strait of Hormuz, and he does feel like there is some sort of conspiracy among insurance companies not to insure ships. Ships can go through the Strait of Hormuz despite the Iranian attacks.
I will spit on whoever I want to spit on.
They could pay the fee on the Iranian side. There's multiple ways for ships to go through. And
all right, shut up, Mario. Shut your
1 a.m. Eastern time in the United States. But the broader economic question, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, these are all part of the daily political debate here in Washington, D.C. And now with every new missile barrage, every time there's any sort of escalation at any point here, we're learning about new countries and missiles coming out of different places. All of this is making, my point here is that all of this is making it increasingly difficult to sell this narrative, this idea, this argument that diplomacy still has traction.
Okay. Al Jazeera's Manuel Repolo joining us live from Washington, D.C. Manuel, thank you. And we want to bring you now some news
like
that
he's
is
about
just
to
coming
jerk
in.
off a
Iranian
giraffe.
news agency
trying to
Fars
get his
said
form
that
down.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard says and confirms that they did launch attacks against Israeli air bases Nevatim and Tel Nof as a response to attacks on radar sites within Iran. That is from the Iranian Fars news agency. It also says the IRGC says they are ready
What a
for any
farce.
scenario and widespread operations on all fronts. We will bring you more on this as we get it. In the meantime, Robert Kelly is a professor of international relations at Pusan National University. He's an expert on U.S. foreign policy, and he says that the lack of substantive negotiations appears to be creating a vacuum, with Israel and Iran acting independently from Washington's role in the conflict.
The president's been saying for about a month now, maybe even 6 weeks, that, we're always on the cusp of a deal and stuff like that. And none of that has really followed through. I mean, maybe there is something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, but I mean, we're 6 weeks
I
now
wonder that all the time. Goistivus.
from the original
Goistivus. Nice name.
ceasefire back in the middle of April, and there's been no major movement, right? I mean, the strait isn't really open, right? We have sort of these on again, off again exchanges, so it doesn't look like there's any meaningful movement. There's any sort of meaningful negotiation between the United States and Iran, with it's sort of going on the side, maybe in Pakistan or something like that. And I think what you're seeing now with these strikes between Israel and Iran is the recognition of that. The Americans are just kind of not there. Trump himself said he was bored, and so the Israelis and the Iranians are just kind of taking this into their own hands and doing their own thing. My sense is the Americans are kind of checking themselves out on this now. The linkage between Israel and the U.S. is sort of Iran's great card here, because the Iranians, it's pretty clear the Americans and the Israelis are going in different directions on this. Netanyahu just isn't taking his orders, as we heard sort of Trump say to the FT. Netanyahu's just not taking his orders. He's not responding to the Americans, sort of telling them what to do. Part of that is because Donald Trump's coalition at home is made up of a substantial block of very deeply religious conservative voters for whom Israel is a really core issue. And so Netanyahu has some room to run against Trump on that and push him on that, right? And I think sort of if you're the Iranians, you want to sort of play up these kind of splits, right? You want to sort of get the Americans and the Israelis sort of arguing in public, which is what we've seen in the last day or so.
What's that?
Now, earlier, the advisor to Iran's supreme leader posted on social media that the Islamic Republic of Iran had repeatedly declared that it would not tolerate violations of the ceasefire or aggression against Lebanon. The aggressors received their response. This response is a warning for them to cease their villainy. Every new action will be met with a more crushing response and heavier cost.
How very dialectical
Negar
of you.
Mortazavi is a senior fellow with the Center for International Policy. She says Iran sees Lebanon as part of the wider conflict with the U.S. and Israel and wants Hezbollah included in any peace process.
This is something that Iran sees as a comprehensive peace deal.
All right, we're wrapping up here. We've covered a lot of the latest breaking news. If you're just joining us, Iran and Israel are back at war. Israel struck Lebanon in Beirut earlier today. That was a red line for the Iranians. The Iranians retaliated like they said they would, like they promised they would. Lots of missiles were launched at the northern part of Israel. Israel then retaliates against Iran, blowing up all kinds of, I think it was a petrochemical facility in Iran, as well as an airport. They struck a number of cities. And then from then on, it's just been back and forth. And I think now we've received reports that the Houthis are now involved. They've launched missiles towards Israel. I don't know if it was one or if it was a couple, but they're striking Israel as well. Lots of sirens over Tel Aviv. It's not just Tel Aviv, but all of Israel. The bulk of Israel has been receiving air raid sirens and warnings. So it's boom, boom, Tel Aviv all over again. Here's a look at Tel Aviv live right now. It's very quiet. All quiet on the Western Front. For the time being, it'll be interesting to see how this next week plays out. But I think we covered all of the latest stories as best as we could. And we did our 4 hours on a Sunday, nonetheless. Thank you for this, for joining us on this very special broadcast. Love to all, says Saeed, and to Wrath, he says, if Iran somehow targeted me, please get my internet browsing history and publish it everywhere. That seems to be like the opposite of what people would normally say, but look, we're going to search all of your hard drives, Saeed. Don't worry. We don't need to worry about Iran and your safety, okay? You're going to be safe. May your family be blessed and safe and secure, as well as you at all times. I'm giving you some protection. I don't know. That's all I got. But I hope you do stay safe out there, no matter where you are in the world. In fact, peace and love to everyone. Thank you. I'm seeing all your comments. I appreciate that. We almost hit 1,000 likes, but we didn't even do it. What a failure. What a failure I am. I'm going to go cry. And I'll be back tomorrow as usual. Same time, same place. We'll be covering all the latest developments. So I hope you'll join me then. Don't forget we're streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and my Patreon. Thanks to all my patrons for supporting what I do, and thanks to all of you. I think that's about it, though. And hit the like. Yes, please, hit the like. Every bit helps. I appreciate you so much. Oh, and then Thugbone with another biddy. He wants me to shake my titty, but I'm not going to do it because I've only got one titty and I'm hanging onto it and keeping it safe. Thank you, Thugbone. That's very nice of you. I appreciate your continued patronage of this live stream. Yes, I am a boomer. I'm on Facebook. Can you believe that? Actually, I think I'm streaming to like 3 people on Facebook as well, so there's that. Thanks, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? Get some rest. Peace and love. Stay safe. I hope nothing gets too crazy. We wish for peace, okay? We're a very peaceful stream. And, yes, peace and love.